I woke with a jolt, my eyes snapping open in the darkness. Something was wrong. It wasn't the cold September air or the rustling wind through the trees. It was something else entirely. Then it hit me. The smell. It was thick and heavy, like rotting meat, but far worse, as if something had been decomposing for weeks in the summer heat. It made my stomach twist violently, and I could almost taste it as I breathed in, a metallic tang coating the back of my throat. I glanced at my watch, the illuminated digits glowing faintly in the darkness. 2 in the morning. My heart began to race as I lay staring up at the dark ceiling of my tent, trying to figure out what could be causing that horrible stench. Living out here in the woods of northern Minnesota for the past 3 years, I was used to strange smells. Small animals died all the time, and nature took care of them efficiently. Raccoons, possums, even the occasional deer that had succumbed to disease or injury. But this was different. This smelled like something big, something really dead, and it was close, too close. I grabbed my bear spray from beside my sleeping bag, my fingers wrapping around the canister with white-knuckled intensity. Bears could smell a carcass from miles away, and if something dead was nearby, it could bring one right to my camp. I'd seen what bears could do to a campsite when they were hungry or curious. The minutes dragged by with agonizing slowness, and the smell kept getting worse, intensifying until I had to breathe through my mouth to avoid gagging. I tried to ignore it and focus on the sounds of the night, but every breath filled my nose with that stench despite my efforts. I felt a growing sense of unease, a sensation that went beyond simple discomfort, settling deep in my bones like ice water. Then I heard it, a crunch, a soft, deliberate crunch of leaves coming from the hill just beyond my tent. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing like a coiled spring. It wasn't the random rustling of an animal moving through the underbrush. It was slow, steady footsteps, and they were coming closer with methodical precision. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst from my chest, the sound of my own pulse thundering in my ears. I held my breath, listening as the steps grew nearer, one slow crunch after another, each one seeming to take an eternity. They weren't heavy like a bear's would be, with their characteristic lumber and weight. They were careful, measured, almost like a person's deliberate gait. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry as cotton. Who would be out here at this hour, in the middle of nowhere, miles from the nearest hiking trail? The closest town was Millfield, population 300, and that was a good 15 miles to the south. No one came out this far without a specific reason, and certainly not in the dead of night. The footsteps stopped abruptly. Complete silence fell over the forest like a suffocating blanket. I lay there straining to hear anything, my fingers gripping the bear spray so tightly they hurt, the plastic digging into my palm. Then snap, a twig broke right next to my tent, the sound so close and sharp it might as well have been a gunshot in the stillness. My breath caught in my throat, trapped there like a physical thing. Whatever it was close, too close. The stench was overpowering now, thick and choking, filling the small space of my tent, until I could barely think straight, my senses overwhelmed by the smell and the paralyzing fear coursing through my veins. I didn't move. I couldn't. My body refused to respond to my mind's frantic commands. I just lay there waiting, every nerve in my body screaming for action while I remained frozen in place. I could hear something, soft, raspy breathing, almost like a wheeze, the sound of air struggling through damaged lungs. It was right outside my tent, separated from me by nothing more than a thin layer of nylon fabric. My mind raced with 1,000 blurred thoughts, each one more terrifying than the last. What was it? A bear that had gotten into something toxic, a person who was sick or injured, something else entirely, something I couldn't even begin to imagine. Minutes felt like hours, as time seemed to stretch on forever, each second an eternity of uncertainty and dread. I waited for something to happen, for the tent to move, for whatever was out there to make its move, for the fabric to tear open, but nothing happened. The breathing continued, steady and labored, occasionally interrupted by a wet, gurgling sound that made my skin crawl. I tried to regulate my own breathing, to keep it shallow and quiet, terrified that any sound might provoke whatever lurked just inches away from me. My mind began playing tricks on me in the darkness. I imagined I could see shadows moving against the tent wall, shapes that couldn't possibly be there. The smell seemed to pulse with each breath I took, growing stronger and weaker in nauseating waves. I thought about my phone, tucked away in my backpack on the other side of the tent, completely useless out here where there was no signal. I thought about my family back in Minneapolis, who had no idea where I was beyond camping somewhere up north. I thought about all the stupid decisions that had led me to this moment, alone and terrified in the middle of nowhere. The breathing changed. It became slower, deeper, as if whatever was out there was settling in, making itself comfortable. I heard a soft shuffling sound, like something being dragged across the ground, then silence again. But this time it felt different, not peaceful, but expectant, as if the forest itself was waiting to see what would happen next. My legs began to cramp from lying so still, but I didn't dare move to relieve the pain. The discomfort was nothing compared to the fear of drawing attention to myself. I tried to think rationally about what could be happening. Perhaps it was a sick moose, or a bear that had gotten into something rotten. But the footsteps had been too measured, too purposeful. Animals didn't walk like that with such deliberate placement of each step. And the breathing, it had an almost human quality to it, but distorted somehow, wrong in a way I couldn't quite articulate. Time continued its agonizing crawl forward. 3 in the morning. 3:30. 4. The darkness began to lighten almost imperceptibly, the absolute black of night giving way to the dark gray of pre-dawn. Still, I didn't move. Still, the presence remained outside my tent, breathing its labored breaths, occasionally shifting position with wet, sliding sounds that made me want to scream. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the breathing faded away. The footsteps retreated, crunching softly back into the woods, each step growing fainter, until I could no longer distinguish them from the natural sounds of the forest waking up. I didn't dare move until I saw the first real light of dawn filtering through the tent fabric. When the sky finally started to lighten properly, painting the world in shades of pink and gold, I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves that felt like they'd been scraped raw. I reached for the zipper, my hands trembling so badly it took 3 attempts to grasp it properly. Slowly, inch by inch, I unzipped the tent, the sound seeming impossibly loud in the morning stillness. The forest was quiet, the air cold and crisp against my face. The horrible smell was gone, completely vanished as if it had never existed, and everything seemed normal, except it wasn't. Nothing about this was normal. I stepped out of my tent, my headlamp cutting through the morning mist that hung low over the ground. The woods felt different, transformed somehow from the familiar landscape I knew so well. The silence was too heavy, too expectant, as if the forest itself was waiting for something to happen. I looked around, searching for any sign of what had been there, but at first glance, there was nothing. Just the trees, the rocks, and the feeling that something had been watching me, something that was still out there, somewhere, waiting and watching. The sun was up now, fully clearing the horizon, and the forest was bathed in soft golden light that should have been comforting but somehow wasn't. Everything looked peaceful on the surface, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was fundamentally wrong. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself with limited success, and decided to look around more carefully. I had to find out what caused that awful smell last night. Maybe it was just a dead animal, and I was overreacting, my imagination running wild after a sleepless night. I had to know. I needed to understand what had happened, needed some rational explanation to cling to. I started walking in a widening circle around my camp, my eyes scanning the ground for anything out of place. At first I didn't see anything unusual, just the usual rocks and fallen branches, the carpet of pine needles and fallen leaves that covered the forest floor. But as I moved further away from my tent, perhaps 30 yards out, I noticed something strange that made my stomach drop. There were large rocks, each about the size of a basketball, that had been moved from their original positions. They were scattered in a rough line leading down the hill toward the small creek that ran through this area, as if someone or something had deliberately rolled them there in sequence. My stomach tightened, and I felt my heart rate spike again. The rocks were too heavy for a small animal to move. I tested one, trying to lift it, and could barely budge it even with both hands. Each one must have weighed 40 or 50 pounds at least. I knelt down and examined one more closely. It was cold to the touch, and there were deep marks in the dirt where it had been pulled from the ground, gouges that showed considerable force had been used. The earth around each rock was disturbed, pressed down in patterns that didn't match any animal tracks I knew. I looked around, my heart pounding again with renewed intensity. Who would do this? Why would anyone come out here in the middle of the night to move rocks around? And more importantly, How could they have done it so quietly, so carefully, while breathing like that? The smell from last night was gone completely, but the memory of it lingered in my mind. I could still almost taste it, and it made me feel sick just thinking about it, my stomach churning uneasily. I stood up and followed the line of rocks down the hill, my legs feeling weak and unsteady. They led me to a small clearing about 50 yards from my camp, where the ground was heavily disturbed. The dirt was churned up like something had been digging there frantically, great furrows torn into the earth. I felt dread wash over me again, colder than the morning air. This wasn't natural. This wasn't normal animal behavior. I stepped closer, my eyes scanning the ground with growing horror. There were no footprints that I could identify clearly. The disturbed earth had obscured any distinct tracks that might have been there. But there were marks, strange drag marks that didn't match anything I'd seen before. Long furrows as if something heavy had been pulled across the ground. The marks led further into the woods, disappearing into the dense underbrush. Just the rocks and the disturbed earth and something else I almost missed at first. Scratches on a nearby tree trunk, deep gouges in the bark that went up about 7 feet from the ground. I approached the tree slowly, my scientific curiosity battling with my fear. The scratches were fresh, the exposed wood still light-colored, not yet darkened by exposure to air. They were too high for a bear, and the pattern was wrong anyway. 4 parallel lines, evenly spaced, each about an inch apart. My hand trembled as I reached up to touch them, feeling the rough edges of torn bark. I knelt down again, running my fingers through the loose dirt in the disturbed area. It was soft, like it had been freshly dug within the last few hours. I looked around, my senses on high alert, every nerve ending firing. The forest was still too still, unnaturally quiet. No birds singing their morning songs, no squirrels chattering in the trees, no insects buzzing. It felt like the trees were watching me, like they were witnesses to something terrible, waiting for something to happen again. I stood up, my heart pounding in my ears so loudly it was almost deafening. I had to get out of there. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, to put as much distance between myself and this place as possible. I turned and started back up the hill, my eyes darting from side to side, scanning the shadows between the trees. Every shadow seemed to move in my peripheral vision. Every rustle of leaves made my heart skip a beat. I felt like I was being watched, like something was following me, tracking my every movement. I tried to shake the feeling, to tell myself it was just my imagination, just paranoia after a terrifying night, but it wouldn't go away. The sensation was too strong, too visceral to ignore. When I finally made it back to my camp, I felt a rush of relief so intense it almost made me dizzy. I packed up my things as quickly as I could, my hands shaking so badly I could barely work the buckles and straps. I had to leave. I didn't know what was out there, but I knew I didn't want to be around when it came back. The forest felt wrong, corrupted somehow, like it was hiding something dark and terrible. I didn't look back as I walked away, practically jogging down the trail. The feeling of being watched never leaving me until I was miles away. Something had been there last night. Something that wanted me to know it was there, wanted me to be afraid, and I wasn't going to stick around to find out what it was or what it wanted from me. The next few days were restless and consumed by obsessive research. I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened in the woods. My mind kept replaying every sound, every smell, every moment of that terrifying night on an endless loop. I knew it wasn't a bear. I'd encountered bears before, knew their habits and behaviors. Whatever had been out there was something else entirely. Something that seemed more intelligent, more calculating. Something that wanted me to know it was there, that seemed to enjoy my terror. The feeling gnawed at me constantly, keeping me up at night, my heart pounding at every little noise in my apartment. I spent hours online searching for anything that could explain what I had experienced, scrolling through forum posts and obscure websites, stories about strange encounters in the woods, unexplained smells, noises, and feelings of being watched, reports from other campers, hikers, park rangers, some dismissed as overactive imaginations, others that sounded disturbingly similar to my own experience. It wasn't until I stumbled upon an old legend on a website dedicated to Native American folklore that something clicked into place with horrifying clarity. The Wendigo. The word sent a shiver down my spine even reading it on my computer screen in the safety of my apartment. I read everything I could find, stories of an evil spirit that haunted the northern woods, a creature born of cannibalism and desperation, that smelled of decay and death, that stalked its prey with calculated precision and took pleasure in terrifying them before moving in for the kill. The more I read, the more it all made terrible sense. The horrible stench of decomposition, the deliberate footsteps meant to announce its presence, the rocks that had been moved as if in some sort of ritual or game. It was as if something had been toying with me, testing my fear, feeding on my terror. According to the legends, that was exactly what these things did. They were said to be psychological predators as much as physical ones, drawing out the fear and suffering of their victims. My stomach twisted as I thought about it, really considered the implications. The breathing I had heard outside my tent, the twig that had snapped so close to me, it wasn't an animal acting on instinct. It was something far worse, something with intent and malice, something that enjoyed my fear, something that fed on it in ways I couldn't fully comprehend. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still out there, waiting for me, perhaps wondering when I would return to its territory. I tried to convince myself that it was all just a story, just an old legend meant to scare children or explain away mysterious disappearances in the wilderness. But deep down I knew better. The woods had always been my sanctuary, my place of peace where I went to escape the stress of everyday life. But now they felt different, fundamentally changed. They felt tainted, corrupted, like they were hiding something dark and terrible that had always been there, waiting beneath the surface beauty. I knew I had to go back. The thought terrified me, made my hands shake and my heart race. But I knew I couldn't leave it alone. I had to see for myself if it was real, if what I had experienced was truly what I now suspected, if the Wendigo was really out there stalking those woods, waiting for its next victim. Part of me hoped I would find some mundane explanation, evidence of a sick animal, or even a deranged person camping in the woods. But another part of me, the part that had felt that presence outside my tent, knew better. The next morning, I packed my gear with grim determination and headed back to the woods. My heart pounded as I approached the area where I had camped before, each step taking me closer to something I both needed and dreaded to face. The sun was bright overhead, the air crisp and clean with the scent of pine, but the feeling of dread was still there, stronger now, like a heavy weight pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe normally. I made my way back to the clearing where I had found the disturbed earth, following the trail I had marked mentally. The rocks were still there, exactly as I had left them, the ground still churned up in those strange furrows. But the air was different now. It was quiet, too quiet. Not even the wind seemed to move through the trees, like the forest was holding its breath, waiting to see what would happen, what I would do. I stood there, my eyes scanning the trees carefully, my ears straining for any sound that might give away a presence. The feeling of being watched was back, stronger than ever, so intense it was almost physical. I could feel it, something out there in the shadows between the trees, hiding just out of sight, observing me with an intelligence that was unmistakably aware. My heart raced, threatening to burst from my chest, and I felt ice water running through my veins despite the warm sunlight. I knew I wasn't alone. Something was out there, watching me, studying me, waiting for the right moment to make its move. I turned slowly, my eyes sweeping across the tree line, looking for any movement, any sign. That's when I saw them. More scratches on the trees, dozens of them, forming a rough circle around the clearing. Each tree marked at the same height, the same 4 parallel gouges. It was territorial marking, I realized with growing horror. This entire area was claimed by something, and I had camped right in the middle of its territory. My breath came faster now, panic starting to rise in my throat. I had to get out of here. But as I turned to leave, I saw something that made my blood freeze. In the soft dirt near the tree line, there was a print, not an animal print. It was roughly human-shaped but wrong, too long, too narrow, with what looked like claw marks at the end. And it was massive, easily twice the size of my own boot print. I started to walk away, forcing myself not to run, knowing instinctively that running might trigger a chase response. My steps quickened despite my best efforts to remain calm, the feeling of dread growing stronger with each passing second. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I knew that if I did, I might see it lurking in the shadows, its eyes fixed on me, its form something my mind couldn't fully process or accept. But I could feel it following me, not close, but parallel to my path, moving through the trees with barely a sound. Occasionally, I would hear a soft crunch of leaves, always just far enough away that I couldn't pinpoint the location. The smell started to return, faint at first but growing stronger, that same putrid stench of death and decay that had filled my tent that terrible night. I walked faster, my breathing ragged, my hands clenched into fists. The trailhead was still a mile away, and I had never felt more vulnerable in my life. Every tree could be hiding it, every shadow could contain something watching me with ancient, hungry eyes. The woods that I had loved for so long now felt malevolent, hostile, as if they were complicit in whatever stalked me. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, I burst out of the tree line onto the dirt road where I had parked my truck. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I dropped them twice before managing to unlock the door. I threw my gear in the back and climbed in, immediately locking the doors with a desperate urgency. As I started the engine, I made the mistake of looking back at the tree line. There, just visible in the shadows between the trees, was a shape, tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. It didn't move, just stood there watching me with what I somehow knew was satisfaction. It had let me go, this time. But the message was clear. These woods belonged to it now. I was no longer welcome. I drove away fast, gravel spraying from my tires, and I haven't been back since. That was 3 months ago, and I still can't sleep properly. I keep the lights on at night, and every strange sound makes me jump. I've tried to convince myself it was just a bear or a sick animal, that my mind played tricks on me in the darkness. But I know the truth. I know what I saw, what I felt, what hunted me in those woods. The Wendigo is real, and it's still out there waiting in the northern forests, watching for the next person foolish enough to camp alone in its territory. I just pray it never decides to come looking for me again, because next time, I don't think it will let me walk away. Sometimes late at night, when the wind howls outside my window, I swear I can smell that stench of decay, and I know it hasn't forgotten me either. The relationship between my father and me could best be described as a series of absences punctuated by brief, awkward reunions. Cal Morgan wasn't a bad man, far from it. He was simply the kind of father who existed more comfortably in letters and occasional phone calls than in the same room. My childhood memories of him were fragmented. A uniformed figure at the airport, returning from deployments I was too young to understand. A weathered face across the dinner table during holidays, speaking little while my mother filled the silence with gentle chatter. The sound of his truck pulling away before dawn, headed back to whatever remote corner of the world demanded his particular skills. He'd spent 23 years as an Army Ranger, earning commendations I never fully understood and scars he never explained. The places he'd been, Afghanistan, Iraq, Kosovo, countries whose names he'd mentioned once and never again, had left marks deeper than the ones visible on his weathered skin. When he finally retired at 51, I'd hoped things might change. Instead, he'd simply traded one wilderness for another, taking a position teaching survival and wilderness navigation at a private training facility in Montana. My mother, God rest her, had loved him with a patience I never quite understood. She'd accepted his absences with grace, filling our home with warmth that somehow managed to stretch across continents. When the cancer took her in March 2022, it happened quickly. 6 weeks from diagnosis to funeral. Dad had made it home for the last 2 weeks, sitting beside her hospital bed with a helplessness that seemed to physically pain him. I'd never seen him cry, not even when they lowered her casket into the ground on that cold, rain-soaked morning. After the funeral, we'd become two planets in a decaying orbit, circling each other at a distance, connected by obligation and grief, but unable to close the gap. We spoke every few weeks, conversations that never lasted more than 10 minutes and rarely ventured beyond surface pleasantries. I'd built a life in Seattle, a decent job in marketing, a small apartment with a view of the Sound, a boyfriend who was kind but ultimately temporary. Dad remained in Montana, teaching young men and women how to survive situations most people would never encounter. The phone call came in early August 2025, on a Tuesday evening while I was halfway through a bottle of mediocre wine and a true crime documentary. His voice sounded different, softer somehow, carrying a vulnerability I'd never associated with Cal Morgan. "Rachel," he'd said after the briefest of greetings, "I was thinking, would you be interested in doing a trek with me? Wyoming, Wind River Range, week-long trip, just us." I'd almost said no. The excuses lined up easily in my mind. Work commitments, the cost of flights, my general lack of wilderness experience. But something in his voice stopped me, a quality I couldn't quite name but recognized as important. Maybe it was the memory of my mother's voice, urging me during one of our last conversations to give your father a chance, honey. He doesn't know how to ask for what he needs. "When?" I'd ask, and I could almost hear his surprise through the phone. "September, after Labor Day. Crowds thin out, weather's still decent." "Okay," I'd said, surprising myself. "Let's do it." The weeks leading up to the trip passed in a blur of preparation. Dad sent me detailed lists of required gear, patient explanations of what to expect, and links to conditioning exercises I should start doing. I bought boots I'd never worn before, broke them in on endless walks around Seattle's hills, and tried not to think too hard about spending 7 days in the backcountry with a man I barely knew despite sharing his DNA. I flew into Riverton on a Thursday morning, the first week of September. The landscape below shifted from the green wetness of the Pacific Northwest to the stark, beautiful emptiness of Wyoming. Endless plains broken by sudden mountain ranges, rivers cutting silver lines through ochre earth. Dad was waiting at the small airport, looking older than I remembered, but still carrying himself with that particular military bearing that never quite fades. "You made it," he said, pulling me into a brief, awkward hug. "I made it," I confirmed, breathing in the familiar smell of his jacket, canvas, and weathered leather, and something indefinably him. We drove northwest from Riverton in his battered Ford pickup, the truck rattling over increasingly rough roads as civilization fell away behind us. He pointed out features of the landscape, the Wind River itself, the distant peaks of the range, a golden eagle circling high above, while I tried to match his enthusiasm and failed. The silence between his observations felt heavy, filled with 3 years of things we hadn't said to each other. By late afternoon, we'd reached the Elkhart Park trailhead. Several other vehicles occupied the small parking area, their owners presumably already deep in the backcountry. A ranger station sat at the lot's edge, a small log structure with a covered porch. As we began organizing our gear, a ranger emerged, a woman in her 40s with sun-weathered skin and kind eyes. "Heading out tonight?" she asked, approaching our truck. "Tomorrow morning," Dad replied. "Thought we'd camp here, get an early start." She nodded approvingly. "Smart. We've had some bear activity this season, grizzlies moving through, so hang your food properly. Also got reports of early snow at higher elevations. Weather can turn fast up there this time of year." "Understood," Dad said. "We're prepared." The ranger's eyes shifted to me, assessing. "First time in the winds?" "First time anywhere like this," I admitted. Her smile was encouraging. "You picked a beautiful area. Stay on marked trails, follow proper bear protocols, and you'll have an amazing experience." She paused, then added, "Radio if you run into any trouble. We do regular patrols, but response time can be slow depending on where you are." We spent the evening organizing our packs, Dad meticulously checking and rechecking equipment while I tried to memorize what went where. He'd brought a camp stove, and we ate a simple dinner of instant soup and crackers while the sun set behind the peaks, painting everything in shades of orange and purple. Other campers were scattered around the area, their voices carrying softly through the cooling air. "Your mother would have loved this," Dad said suddenly, staring into our small fire. "She always wanted to do something like this with me. I kept saying we would, someday, and then someday ran out." It was the most personal thing he'd said to me in years. I didn't know how to respond, so I simply reached over and squeezed his hand briefly. He squeezed back, and we sat in silence, watching the fire burn down to embers. Dawn came cold and clear, frost coating our tent and gear in delicate crystalline patterns. My body ached from sleeping on the hard ground, muscles protesting as I crawled out of my sleeping bag and into the frigid morning air. Dad was already up, moving with quiet efficiency as he heated water for coffee and instant oatmeal. The other campers were stirring as well, the peaceful morning broken by the sounds of zippers, muted conversations, and clanking cookware. We ate quickly, broke camp, and shouldered our packs by 7:30. The weight settled onto my shoulders like a physical accusation of my inexperience. 45 pounds of gear, food, and water that felt like it might crush me into the earth. Dad's pack was heavier, probably 60 pounds, but he wore it like it was part of his body. "We'll take it slow," he said, noticing my grimace. "First couple days are the hardest until your body adjusts. Let me know if you need breaks." The trail began gently enough, winding through stands of lodgepole pine and aspen. Morning light filtered through the canopy, creating patterns of gold and shadow across the path. Dad set a steady pace, not fast but relentless, and I focused on matching his rhythm step after step, breathing carefully, trying not to think about the miles ahead. By mid-morning, the terrain had changed, becoming rockier and steeper. We climbed steadily upward, the trees thinning as we gained elevation. My legs burned, each step requiring conscious effort. Sweat soaked through my layers despite the cool temperature. Dad stopped periodically, ostensibly to check the map or adjust his pack, but I suspected it was more for my benefit. During these breaks, he'd point out features of the landscape, distant peaks, types of vegetation, animal tracks in the soft earth, speaking with an animation I rarely heard from him. "That's Fremont Peak," he said during one stop, indicating a massive granite summit dominating the horizon. 13,500 feet, second highest in the range. I stared at it, trying to comprehend that scale, and failing. "Have you climbed it?" "3 times, twice in summer, once in winter." He paused, then added, "Your mother came with me on the first summer climb. We weren't even married yet." This glimpse into their past surprised me. How was she with it? His smile was genuine, reaching his eyes, terrified and exhilarated. She made me promise we'd do easier hikes after that, which we did, for a while. The smile faded slightly, until I stopped making time for them. We continued climbing, the conversation falling away as the physical demands increased. By early afternoon, we crested a rise and Island Lake spread before us, a perfect alpine jewel reflecting the sky and surrounding peaks with mirror precision. Several other hikers were visible along its shores, tiny figures against the vast landscape. We stopped for lunch on a granite outcrop, eating trail mix and jerky while watching patterns of light and shadow move across the water as clouds drifted overhead. "How are you holding up?" Dad asked, studying my face. "Tired, sore, but okay." I hesitated, then added, "Thanks for being patient with me." "You're doing better than you think," he replied. "Most people would have quit by now. You've got more of me in you than you probably want to admit." It might have been the nicest thing he'd ever said to me. The afternoon brought new challenges as we left Island Lake behind and climbed toward higher elevations. The trail became less defined, requiring careful navigation across boulder fields and steep slopes. My pack straps dug painfully into my shoulders, and blisters were forming on both heels despite my carefully broken-in boots. I focused on small goals. Reach that tree, make it to that rock. Just 20 more steps, anything to avoid thinking about the total distance remaining. By the time we reached a suitable camping spot near Bonneville Basin, the sun was sinking toward the horizon, and every muscle in my body was screaming. Dad chose a flat area near a small stream, protected from wind by a stand of twisted pines. We worked together to set up camp, the routine already becoming familiar. Tent first, then sleeping pads and bags, then organizing food and gear. Dad produced a small camp stove and began heating water while I collapsed onto a rock, peeling off my boots to examine the damage. The blisters were worse than I'd thought, angry red patches on both heels. "Let me see," Dad said, abandoning the stove. He examined my feet with practiced efficiency, then dug through his pack for a first aid kit. "Should have checked these at lunch. We'll clean them up, tape them properly. Should feel better tomorrow." His hands were gentle as he worked, applying antiseptic and carefully placing moleskin patches. It was strangely intimate, this care, and I found myself blinking back unexpected tears. When had he last tended to my injuries? I couldn't remember. Maybe when I was very young, before the deployments became constant. We ate dinner as darkness settled over the mountains, freeze-dried meals that tasted better than they had any right to given my hunger. The temperature dropped rapidly once the sun disappeared, and we huddled close to our small fire, wrapped in down jackets. Above us, stars began appearing in astonishing numbers, the Milky Way visible as a brilliant smear across the sky. "I forget how dark it gets out here," I said softly. City living ruins your night vision, Dad replied. Takes a few days for your eyes to fully adjust. By the end of the week, you'll be able to navigate by starlight alone. We sat in comfortable silence, listening to the stream's gentle gurgle and the occasional night bird calling. I felt myself relaxing despite the physical exhaustion, some knot of tension I'd carried for years loosening slightly. This place, this vast wilderness, indifferent to human concerns, somehow made our strained relationship feel less important, less permanent. Rachel, Dad said eventually, I'm sorry I wasn't there more when you were growing up. Your mother, she deserved a partner who was actually present. You deserved a father who showed up. The words hung in the cold air between us. I swallowed hard, not trusting my voice. I told myself the work was important, he continued, that I was serving a greater purpose, which maybe was true, but it was also easier than learning how to be a husband and father, easier than being vulnerable. He poked at the fire with a stick, sending sparks spiraling upward. Your mother understood that about me, even if I didn't. She loved me anyway. I'll never understand why. She loved you because you were worth loving, I said quietly, even if you didn't always make it easy. He looked at me then, really looked at me, and I saw tears glistening in his eyes. I'm trying, Rachel. I know it's late, and I know I can't fix the past, but I'm trying. I know, I whispered. And this, I gestured at the wilderness around us, this is good. This is a start. We talked late into the night, sharing stories and memories in a way we never had before. He told me about my mother when they first met, about his own childhood in rural Oregon, about the things he'd seen overseas that still haunted him. I told him about my life in Seattle, about my failed relationships, about feeling adrift in ways I'd never admitted to anyone. The fire burned down to coals, and still we talked, two people finally beginning to bridge a gap that had widened over decades. When we finally retreated to the tent, I felt exhausted but lighter somehow, as if I'd been carrying weight that had nothing to do with my physical pack. The third day dawned gray and cold, clouds hanging low over the peaks and promising weather that might turn unpleasant. My body had stiffened overnight, muscles protesting every movement as I emerged from the tent. Dad's ministrations to my blisters had helped, but new aches had appeared in places I didn't know could hurt. My lower back, my hip flexors, even my neck from the pack's weight. Storm might be coming, Dad observed, studying the sky while our breakfast water heated. Nothing serious yet, but we should keep an eye on it. If it turns bad, we'll hunker down early. We broke camp efficiently, the routine now familiar enough that we worked in synchronized silence. My pack felt marginally lighter today, though that might have been psychological. We'd eaten through several days of food, but I'd barely noticed the difference in weight. The trail that morning followed a ridgeline offering spectacular views across the basin. To our left, the land fell away in a series of rocky terraces toward distant valleys. To our right, peaks rose in jagged succession, their highest reaches already dusted with snow. The wind had picked up, carrying the scent of pine and coming weather, and I pulled my jacket tighter despite the warmth generated by hiking. Around mid-morning, as we traversed a section of dense lodgepole pine, Dad stopped abruptly. I nearly walked into him, catching myself at the last moment. What is it? I asked, following his gaze into the forest. He didn't answer immediately, just stared intently at something I couldn't identify. Then he pointed. Game trail. See how the vegetation's disturbed. Something's been using this route regularly. I squinted but couldn't see what he was seeing, just trees and undergrowth that all looked the same to me. So, I asked, trying to keep the impatience from my voice. My feet hurt, my shoulders hurt, and I wasn't particularly interested in whatever animal highway he'd spotted. Just curious where it leads, he said, already adjusting his course. Won't take long to check out. I sighed audibly, deliberately letting him hear my frustration, but he ignored it and stepped off the main trail. The game trail he followed was barely visible, a subtle pattern of compressed grass and broken twigs winding between the trees. I stayed close behind him, annoyed at the detour but not willing to argue. The forest grew denser as we pushed deeper, pine branches scraping against our packs and jackets. Sunlight barely penetrated here, creating a perpetual twilight that felt oppressive. The temperature seemed to drop, though that might have been my imagination. Something about the silence in this grove felt wrong. No bird calls, no rustling of small animals, just the sound of our breathing and footsteps. After maybe a quarter mile, the game trail opened into a small clearing. My father stopped so suddenly I bumped into his pack. Then I saw what had frozen him in place, and my stomach twisted violently. The structure before us defied easy description. Calling it a shelter seemed inadequate, even generous. It was something between a crude dwelling and a monument to insanity, built against a rocky slope where the forest thinned and the mountain's bones showed through. The walls, if they could be called that, were constructed from elk antlers interwoven with branches and what I initially thought were more weathered wood pieces. But as my eyes adjusted to the dimness and my brain processed what I was seeing, the truth revealed itself in nauseating clarity. Those weren't all branches, they were bones. Large bones, large bones. They'd been deliberately arranged, stacked and wedged between the antlers to create a skeletal framework. The structure stood perhaps 7 feet tall at its highest point, leaning back against the slope as if the mountain itself was slowly swallowing it. The roof, if the tangled mess of branches and what looked like animal hides could be called a roof, sagged in the middle, creating a dark opening that led to whatever interior space existed. Everything about it spoke of age and decay. The antlers were cracked, the bones porous and brittle-looking, the wood gray and rotting. But it was the details that made my nausea rise into actual fear. Many of the bones showed clear marks of gnawing, deep grooves and scratches where something had worried at them, extracting marrow or simply wearing the surface down. The pattern of damage was extensive, methodical, covering nearly every exposed surface. And the smell, God, the smell that emanated from the structure was indescribable. Rot and old death and something else, something acrid that burned my nostrils and made my eyes water. "Dad," I managed to whisper, my throat tight. "What is this?" He didn't answer. He'd moved closer to the structure, approaching it with the careful precision he might use near an unexploded device. He knelt beside one of the main support beams, a thick piece of weathered timber that seemed to anchor the entire mad construction. His hand reached out, fingers hovering just above the surface. Then he jerked back as if burned, face draining of color. "Dad," I said again, louder this time, my own feet carrying me forward despite every instinct screaming to run. He gestured for me to look, pointing at the beam. I leaned in reluctantly, squinting at the gray wood, not understanding what had so disturbed him. Then I saw them. Teeth, human teeth, embedded directly into the wood, not placed on top or hung like grotesque decorations, but forced into the grain itself with such violence that the roots were visible, ivory white fading to sickly yellow. They'd been hammered or pressed into the timber with enough force to split the wood around them, creating starburst patterns of cracks. I counted 8 of them on this beam alone, arranged in no pattern I could discern, just scattered across the surface like obscene punctuation. My hand flew to my mouth, pressing against my lips to hold back the vomit threatening to rise. The world tilted slightly, adrenaline flooding my system with its metallic taste. "We need to go," I said, my voice high and thin. "Dad, please, we shouldn't be here." For a long moment he didn't respond, just stared at the embedded teeth with an expression I'd never seen on his face, something between horror and grim recognition, as if he'd found confirmation of a terrible suspicion. Finally, he nodded once, sharply. Without a word, he turned away from the structure and began walking back the way we'd come. His pace was faster than before, just short of running, and I hurried after him, glancing back only once at that terrible shelter. In the brief moment my eyes lingered on it, I could swear I saw something moving in the dark opening that served as its entrance, a shifting of shadows, a suggestion of presence. But when I blinked and looked again, there was nothing, just darkness and the faint smell of decay drifting through the cold air. We pushed through the forest in tense silence, branches whipping at our faces and gear. My heart hammered against my ribs, each sound making me flinch, every snap of twigs, every rustle that might be footsteps following behind us. Dad led us back to the main trail with navigational precision that suggested he'd been tracking our route carefully despite his focus on the game trail. When we finally broke through to the established path, both of us stopped, breathing hard, and looked at each other. His face was still pale, jaw tight, eyes scanning the forest behind us as if expecting pursuit.
"What was that?"
I demanded, my voice shaking. "Dad, what the hell was that thing?" "I don't know," he said quietly, but his eyes told a different story. He knew something, or suspected something that he wasn't ready to share. Those were human teeth, I said, needing him to acknowledge it. Someone put human teeth into that wood. Someone built that thing. I know. So what do? We report it, right? We tell the rangers? He was quiet for a long moment, and when he finally spoke, his voice was heavy. We will, but first we need to put some distance between us and that place. We'll move down to lower elevation, somewhere with better sight lines. Then we'll figure out our next steps. Something in his tone suggested this wasn't the whole truth, but I was too shaken to press him. We started hiking again, moving faster than our previous pace. Dad led us down a steep slope toward the sound of running water, a glacial stream cutting through the valley below. The terrain was treacherous, loose rocks and sudden drops requiring careful footing, but the danger felt welcome compared to whatever we'd left behind in that grove. By early afternoon, we'd descended several hundred feet and found a spot near the stream where the land flattened slightly. Dad surveyed the area with military thoroughness before declaring it acceptable. Unlike our previous camps, which had been nestled in protective tree cover, this spot was open, offering clear views in multiple directions. We set up camp in near silence, both of us working with unusual speed. I couldn't shake the feeling of exposure, as if invisible eyes were tracking our movements from the forest above. Every time I glanced up at the ridgeline we descended from, I half expected to see a figure watching us. The afternoon dragged on with agonizing slowness. Dad busied himself with camp tasks that seemed unnecessary, reinforcing tent stakes, reorganizing gear, cleaning equipment that didn't need cleaning. I recognized it as displacement activity, keeping his hands busy while his mind worked on problems he hadn't shared with me. As dusk approached and the temperature dropped, he finally built a fire. We sat beside it, neither of us with much appetite despite our exertion. The flames danced and crackled, creating a small sphere of light and warmth in the gathering darkness. "Dad," I said finally, unable to bear the silence any longer. "You know something about that place, I can tell. What is it?" He poked at the fire with a stick, sending sparks spiraling upward into the darkening sky. When he spoke, his voice was barely audible above the stream's constant rush. When I was teaching survival courses, we'd sometimes get reports. Strange things found in remote areas, structures that didn't make sense, evidence of camps that seemed wrong somehow. Most of it was easily explained. Homeless people living off-grid, preppers setting up hideaways, even art installations that got abandoned. He paused, jaw working, but some of them were different, wrong in ways that defied explanation. What kind of wrong, I asked, though part of me didn't want to know the answer. The kind that made experienced woodsmen refuse to go back to certain areas, the kind that led to people disappearing. He looked at me directly, his eyes reflecting firelight. 6 years ago, a friend of mine from my old unit vanished up here. Name was Bill Navarro. He'd come out for a solo trek, experienced as hell, knew these mountains like his own backyard. 3 days in, he missed a scheduled check-in. Search and rescue spent 2 weeks combing every trail within 50 miles. They found nothing, no gear, no signs of struggle, nothing. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. "You think what we found is connected?" "I don't know," he admitted, but Bill wasn't the only one. Over the past 15 years, 4 soldiers from my old unit have vanished in these mountains, all experienced outdoorsmen, all on solo trips. The official explanation is always the same: tragic accidents, falls, exposure, but none of the bodies were ever recovered. The fire crackled between us, and I found myself scanning the darkness beyond its light, seeing threats in every shadow. "Why didn't you tell me this before we came out here?" I asked, anger creeping into my voice. "Because I didn't think," he trailed off, then started again. "I've been coming to these mountains for years, Rachel. Never had any problems. I thought the disappearances were just coincidence, tragic but explainable. I didn't actually believe there was something out here." He gestured vaguely toward the ridge above us. "Not until we found that shelter." We sat in tense silence as full darkness descended. The stream's rush seemed louder now, masking other sounds that might have warned us of approaching danger. Every snap of burning wood made me jump. My father kept the fire built high, feeding it constantly, creating a perimeter of light around our small camp. As the night deepened, I found myself thinking about that structure, about the teeth embedded in wood, about the gnawed bones and the smell of decay. about what kind of mind or minds would build such a thing. And more terrifying still, about whether whatever had built it was still out there, watching us from the darkness beyond the firelight. I didn't sleep that night. Neither did my father. We took turns keeping watch, though neither of us ever truly rested. And when the footsteps began sometime after midnight, slow, deliberate circling just beyond our fire's glow, we simply sat frozen, listening as something studied us from the safety of shadows. The sun was just beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the vast, empty expanse of the desert. It was the kind of quiet that you only find miles away from civilization, where even the wind seems to whisper instead of howl. My name is Damian Trejo, and what I'm about to tell you happened last year, in 2023. You see, I've always had this itch for adventure, a knack for finding myself in situations that most would avoid. Comes from growing up on the wrong side of the tracks, I guess. Life's hardships made me tougher, more willing to take risks. Some might call it foolish, but I've always thought of it as living life on the edge. I had just finished a cross-country road trip, exploring all the oddball attractions and hidden gems the U.S. has to offer. This day was supposed to be my final stretch, heading back to Los Angeles from a small, unremarkable town in Nevada. I decided to take a detour through the remote stretches of the Mojave Desert. Something about the endless sand and isolation called to me. I wanted to end my trip with one last thrill. The landscape was a stark contrast to the bustling cities I'd passed through. Miles and miles of nothing but sand, scrub, and the occasional jagged rock formation. The only sign of human presence was the narrow, winding road beneath my tires. I was in my old, beat-up Jeep Cherokee. The kind of car that feels like an extension of yourself after so many miles together. As I drove, my mind wandered to the events that led me here. Growing up in East LA wasn't easy. My old man split when I was young, leaving my mom to raise 3 kids on her own. We didn't have much, but we had each other. I learned early on that life doesn't hand you anything. You've got to reach out and grab it yourself. That's what this road trip was all about. After years of working dead-end jobs, saving every penny I could, I finally had enough to take some time off and see the country. It was my way of proving to myself, and maybe to the world, that I could do something extraordinary. The radio crackled with static, cutting in and out as I passed through areas of weak signal. I didn't mind. The silence of the desert was its own kind of music. As the last rays of sunlight faded, I flicked on my headlights, illuminating the empty road ahead. Just as the sky turned that deep blue twilight, I noticed something in the distance. At first it looked like a mirage, a flicker of movement against the stillness of the desert. But as I got closer, I realized it was a person. Or rather, what I thought was a person. I pulled over, curiosity piqued. There was a man, tall and gaunt, with a tattered flannel shirt and jeans that had seen better days. He was waving me down with a frantic urgency that set my nerves on edge. I'm no stranger to helping folks in need, but something about this felt off. Maybe it was the isolation, or the way the darkness seemed to close in around us. Whatever it was, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was about to step into something I couldn't easily back out of. "Hey, you all right?" I called out, stepping out of my Jeep. The man didn't respond immediately. He just kept looking over his shoulder, like he was being chased by something unseen. Little did I know, this encounter would be the beginning of a nightmare that would haunt me for the rest of my life. "I need help," he stammered finally, his voice dry and cracked. Something's out there, it's coming for me." Now, I'm not one to believe in ghost stories or desert legends, but the fear in his eyes was real enough. I helped him into the passenger seat and got back behind the wheel. "What's out there?" I asked as we sped down the road, but he just kept muttering about something big, something monstrous. I chalked it up to dehydration and exposure. Maybe he'd been out in the sun too long, hallucinating. As we drove, I tried to get more information out of him. "What's your name?" I asked, hoping to calm him down. "Ben," he replied, his eyes darting frantically from the rearview mirror to the side windows. "Ben Hawkins. I was camping, wanted to get away from it all, you know." I nodded, understanding the appeal all too well. "So what happened out there, Ben?" He shook his head, as if trying to clear his thoughts. "It started with noises, At first I thought it was just the wind, or maybe some coyotes, but then I saw it. Saw what? I pressed, my curiosity getting the better of me. Ben turned to me, his eyes wide with terror. Something that shouldn't exist, something not human. I was about to ask for more details when the Jeep started to sputter. I cursed under my breath. This old clunker had never let me down before, but now of all times it decided to act up. I pulled over and popped the hood, hoping it was something simple. Ben started to panic. No, 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 we can't stop. It's here, he screamed, scrambling out of the car. I looked around, trying to see what he was so terrified of. That's when I heard it, a low rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the ground itself. My heart raced as I turned towards the sound. Emerging from the shadows of a rocky outcrop was something I couldn't quite comprehend. It was massive, standing at least 8 feet tall, covered in matted fur. Its limbs were long and muscular, ending in hands that looked almost human, but with claws that could tear through flesh with ease. Its face was what truly sent a chill down my spine, a twisted amalgamation of human and animal features, with eyes that gleamed with an unnatural intelligence. Ben bolted, screaming into the night. The creature turned its gaze on him, and in 2 strides it was upon him. I heard his screams cut short, replaced by a sickening crunch. My instinct was to run, but my legs felt like lead. I fumbled with the keys, trying to get back in the Jeep, but the engine wouldn't turn over. I grabbed the tire iron from the back seat and faced the creature. It dropped Ben's lifeless body and turned its attention to me. In that moment, I knew I was staring down death itself, but I wasn't going to go down without a fight. "Come on, you ugly bastard," I yelled, swinging the tire iron. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. The creature lunged at me, swiping with its massive claws. I dodged, barely, feeling the rush of air as its claws passed inches from my face. I struck out with the tire iron, hitting it in the side. It let out a roar of pain, but it was more angry than hurt. We danced this deadly dance for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Each swing, each dodge took more out of me. My muscles screamed in protest, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I knew I couldn't keep this up much longer. As I fought, my mind raced. What was this thing? How could something like this exist? I'd heard stories of cryptids and monsters before, but I'd always dismissed them as tall tales. Now, face to face with this nightmare, I realized how wrong I'd been. The creature's eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, I saw something there beyond mere animal instinct. There was intelligence, and worse, there was malice. This wasn't just a predator hunting for food, it was enjoying the chase, savoring my fear. I stumbled, my foot catching on a rock, and I went down hard. The tire iron flew from my grasp, clattering away into the darkness. This was it, I thought. This is how I die, torn apart by some monster in the middle of nowhere. Just when I thought it was over, a pair of headlights appeared in the distance. Another car coming down the road, I shouted, waving my arms, trying to get their attention. The creature seemed momentarily distracted by the lights, and I took the chance to scramble back into the Jeep. The other car screeched to a halt, and 2 men jumped out, armed with rifles. They took one look at the creature and opened fire. The sound of the gunshots echoed through the desert, and the creature let out a howl of pain and rage. It turned and fled into the darkness, leaving me gasping for breath and covered in sweat. The 2 men approached cautiously, keeping their rifles trained on the shadows where the creature had disappeared. One of them, an older man with a grizzled beard, turned to me. "You all right, son?" he asked, his voice gruff but concerned. "Yeah," I managed to choke out. "Thanks. What the hell was that thing?" The other man, younger but with the same weathered look, answered. "Bigfoot," he said simply. "We've been hunting it for years. Thought we'd lost it, but looks like it found you instead." I nodded, too exhausted to argue. They helped me get my Jeep running again, and I followed them back to their cabin, a small fortified shack in the middle of nowhere. As we drove, I couldn't shake the image of the creature from my mind. Its eyes, intelligent and cruel, haunted me. I had a feeling this wasn't over, not by a long shot. The cabin was small but sturdy, built to withstand both the harsh desert elements and, apparently, the attacks of monstrous creatures. As we entered, I noticed the walls were lined with maps, newspaper clippings, and blurry photographs. It looked like something out of a conspiracy theorist's dream. The two men introduced themselves as Jeb and Roy, brothers who'd made it their mission to track down the creature after it had killed their father years ago. Jeb, the older one, moved with a slight limp, a souvenir, he said, from his first encounter with the beast. "So," I said, as Roy handed me a steaming mug of coffee, "you're telling me that thing out there is actually Bigfoot? Like the Bigfoot?" Jeb nodded grimly. "That's right. Though what we're dealing with ain't exactly the gentle giant from the stories. It's a killer," Roy added, his voice hard. "Has been for decades. Our pyre was just one of many." I listened as they told me their story. Their father had been a park ranger, well respected in the community. One night he went out on a routine patrol and never came back. When they found his body, or what was left of it, the official report blamed it on a bear attack. "But we knew better," Jeb said. "The claw marks, the footprints. No bear did that." From that day on, they dedicated their lives to hunting the creature, to preventing others from suffering the same fate as their father. They showed me their research, years of compiled data on sightings, attack patterns, and possible lairs. "It's smart," Roy explained. "Knows how to cover its tracks, how to disappear when the heat's on. But we're getting closer. Tonight proved that." As the night wore on, we talked strategy. They were convinced the creature would be back, drawn by the scent of blood and the thrill of the hunt. We needed to be ready. "There's more you should know," Jeb said, his voice low. "This thing, it ain't natural. Way it moves, way it thinks, there's something else going on here." "What do you mean?" I asked, a chill running down my spine. Roy leaned in, his eyes intense. "We think someone, or something, made it, created it on purpose." The implications of that were almost too much to process. If they were right, if this creature was some kind of engineered monster, then who created it, and why? As we prepared for what might come, fortifying the cabin and checking our weapons, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd stumbled into something much bigger and more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. The desert night closed in around us, and somewhere out there I knew the creature was waiting, watching, planning its next move. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Every creak of the cabin, every whisper of wind outside, had me on edge. I kept seeing those eyes, intelligent and malevolent, every time I closed mine. Jeb and Roy took turns keeping watch, their rifles never far from reach. I offered to take a shift, but they insisted I rest. "You've been through enough," Jeb said. "Besides, you'll need your strength if that thing comes back." As I lay there trying to quiet my racing thoughts, I couldn't help but reflect on how I'd ended up here. Just yesterday, I was a guy on a road trip, looking for one last adventure before heading home. Now I was holed up in a cabin with two monster hunters, waiting for a creature that shouldn't exist to come and try to kill us. Life has a funny way of taking unexpected turns. Around 3 a.m., I was startled awake by a low rumbling sound. At first I thought it was thunder, but the sky outside was clear, stars twinkling coldly in the darkness. "It's here," Roy whispered, his face grim in the dim light of the cabin. We moved silently, taking up prearranged positions, Jeb by the front door, Roy at the back, and me by the single window, a shotgun in my hands that felt both alien and somehow right. The sound came again, closer this time, a deep, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through the very walls of the cabin. My heart pounded in my chest, so loud I was sure the creature must be able to hear it. Then, silence. The kind of silence that presses against your ears, that makes every breath sound like a shout. We waited, tense, ready for anything. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. Suddenly, there was a crash from the roof. Something heavy landed above us, and dust rained down from the ceiling. Claws scraped against wood as the creature moved. "It's trying to find a way in," Jeb hissed. The scratching stopped, and for a moment, all was quiet again. Then, without warning, a massive arm smashed through the window next to me, claws grasping blindly in the darkness. I stumbled back, firing the shotgun on instinct. The blast was deafening in the confines of the cabin, and the arm withdrew with a roar of pain and rage. "Did you get it?" Roy shouted. Before I could answer, the entire front wall of the cabin exploded inward. The creature stood there, framed in the wreckage, its eyes gleaming with fury. In the light cast by our lamps, I could see dark blood matting its fur where my shot had hit. Jeb and Roy opened fire, their rifles cracking in the night. The creature howled more in anger than pain and charged forward. What followed was chaos. Gunshots, splintering wood, the creature's roars, and our own shouts all blended together in a cacophony of violence. I fired again and again, the recoil of the shotgun bruising my shoulder. The creature seemed to be everywhere at once, its massive form filling the small cabin. A swipe of its arm sent Roy flying across the room. Jeb emptied his rifle into its chest, but it kept coming. I was knocked to the ground, the shotgun skittering away. The creature loomed over me, its hot breath on my face. Jaws opened wide to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. This is it, I thought. This is how I die. But then, just as the creature was about to strike, a new sound cut through the chaos, a high-pitched, piercing wail that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The creature recoiled, its hands clawing at its ears. It let out a roar of what sounded like pain, and then, to my utter shock, it turned and fled, disappearing into the night as quickly as it had appeared. As the dust settled, I looked around the devastated cabin. Jeb was helping Roy to his feet, both of them battered but alive. What was that sound?" I asked, my voice shaking. Jeb shook his head, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. "I don't know, but whatever it was, it saved our lives." As the adrenaline began to fade, I realized this was far from over. The creature was still out there, and now, it seemed, there were other forces at play, forces we didn't understand. The long night was over, but I had a feeling the real battle was just beginning. As the first light of dawn broke over the desert, we surveyed the damage. The cabin was a wreck, barely standing. We were alive, but battered and shaken. Roy had a nasty gash on his arm where the creature had caught him, and Jeb was nursing what looked like a couple of broken ribs. I was bruised all over, but somehow had avoided any serious injuries. While Roy patched himself up, Jeb and I salvaged what we could from the wreckage. As we worked, I couldn't shake the question swirling in my mind. "That sound," I said, breaking the tense silence. "The one that drove the creature away. Any ideas what it could have been?" Jeb paused, his face clouded with thought. "In all our years hunting this thing, we've never encountered anything like that. But," he hesitated, as if unsure whether to continue. "But what?" I pressed. He sighed. "There've been rumors, whispers about government involvement. Some say they created the creature as some kind of super soldier experiment gone wrong. Others think they're trying to capture it for study." It sounded far-fetched, like something out of a bad sci-fi movie. But after what I'd seen, I was ready to believe almost anything. "So you think that sound, it could have been them?" I asked. Jeb nodded grimly. "It's possible. If they've been tracking the creature, they might have developed some kind of sonic weapon to control it." The implications were staggering. If the government was involved, how deep did this go, and what did it mean for us? As the sun climbed higher in the sky, we made a decision. We couldn't stay here. The cabin was compromised, and we were too exposed. We needed to move, to find somewhere safer to regroup and plan our next move. We packed what supplies we could into my Jeep and Jeb's old pickup truck. As we were about to leave, Roy emerged from the cabin holding a battered metal box. "Almost forgot this," he said, his voice grim. "It's time you saw what we're really up against." Inside the box were files, photographs, and what looked like medical reports. As I flipped through them, my blood ran cold. There were images of the creature in various stages of development, charts detailing genetic modifications, and reports of field tests that read like horror stories. "Where did you get all this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Our pile," Roy explained. "Before he was killed, he stumbled onto something big. These files were his insurance policy. He sent them to us, told us to keep them safe. It was all there in black and white. The creature wasn't some natural anomaly or cryptid. It was a product of human engineering, a weapon designed to be the perfect predator." As we drove away from the ruins of the cabin, I felt the weight of this new knowledge settling on my shoulders. We weren't just fighting a monster anymore. We were up against something much bigger, much more dangerous. And somewhere out there, both the creature and its creators were waiting for us. We drove for hours, sticking to back roads and avoiding populated areas. The desert stretched endlessly around us, a sea of sand and scrub broken only by the occasional rocky outcropping. Despite the harsh sun beating down, I felt a chill that went bone deep. Jeb led the way in his pickup, with Roy riding shotgun. I followed close behind in my Jeep. my mind racing as I tried to process everything I'd learned. The files we'd recovered painted a picture more terrifying than I could have imagined. The creature, officially designated Project Apex in the documents, was the result of decades of secret research. They had combined DNA from various predators with a human base, creating something that was both terrifyingly intelligent and savagely strong. But it had escaped, turning on its creators and fleeing into the wilderness. As we drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat, every distant sound making me flinch. Around midday, we pulled over in a secluded canyon to rest and plan our next move. As we huddled in the scant shade provided by a large boulder, Jeb spread out a map. "There's an old military bunker about 50 miles from here," he said, pointing to a spot on the map. "It's been abandoned for years, but it should be secure enough for us to hole up and figure out our next move." Roy nodded in agreement. "It's our best bet. We need somewhere defensible, somewhere we can—" He was cut off by a sound that made my blood run cold, a low rumbling growl, followed by the scrape of claws on stone. We all froze, eyes darting around, trying to locate the source of the sound. That's when I saw it, perched on top of the boulder we were sheltering under. Its massive form silhouetted against the sky was the creature. "Run," Jeb yelled, already scrambling towards the vehicles. But the creature was faster. It leapt down, landing between us and our escape. Its eyes, those terrifyingly intelligent eyes, swept over us. I could swear I saw a glimmer of recognition when it looked at me. What happened next was a blur of action and terror. Roy managed to get off a shot with his rifle, the bullet grazing the creature's shoulder. It roared in pain and fury, charging towards him. Jeb and I split up, trying to flank it. I had a pistol Jeb had given me, but it felt woefully inadequate against this monster. The creature was a whirlwind of claws and fangs. It caught Roy with a swipe of its massive arm, sending him flying. He hit the ground hard and didn't get up. "Adroy," Jeb screamed, emptying his rifle into the creature's back. It turned, faster than something that size should be able to move, and lunged at Jeb. I fired my pistol, the shot seeming pitifully small against the creature's bulk. But then, just as it was about to reach Jeb, that sound came again. The high-pitched wail that had driven it off before. The creature roared in what sounded like agony, clawing at its ears. From behind a nearby ridge, a group of figures emerged. They were dressed in black tactical gear, faces hidden behind masks. Each carried what looked like some kind of high-tech rifle. The creature, clearly in pain from the sonic assault, turned and fled, disappearing into the desert with incredible speed. As the sound faded, the figures approached us. The one in the lead removed his mask, revealing a face that was all hard angles and cold eyes. "Mr. Trejo," he said, his voice carrying an air of authority, "we need to talk." The man who had addressed me gestured for his team to secure the area. Two of them went to check on Roy, who was starting to stir. "Who are you?" I demanded, my gun still raised. "How do you know my name?" The man's expression didn't change. "My name is Agent Keller. I'm with a specialized division of the government. We've been tracking you since your encounter with the asset last night." "The asset?" Jeb spat, helping Roy to his feet. "Is that what you call that monster?" Keller's eyes narrowed. "That monster, as you call it, is a highly classified military project, one that you've become entangled with, much to our inconvenience." My mind was reeling. The files we'd found, the creature's unnatural abilities, the high-tech equipment these men carried. It was all starting to fall into place. "You created it, didn't you?" I said, the realization hitting me like a punch to the gut. "And now you can't control it." For a moment I thought I saw a flicker of something, regret maybe, in Keller's eyes, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared. "What we created," he said slowly, "was meant to be the ultimate soldier, stronger, faster, and smarter than any human. But yes, we underestimated its capabilities." Roy let out a bitter laugh. "Underestimated? It's been killing people for years. Our father was an unfortunate casualty." Keller cut him off, as were many others. "But now we have a chance to end this, to contain the asset once and for all, and you three are going to help us do it." I exchanged glances with Jeb and Roy. We were outnumbered and outgunned. But more than that, I could see in their eyes the same realization I had come to. This might be our only chance to stop the creature for good. "What do you need us to do?" I asked. Keller nodded, seemingly satisfied. "The asset has formed a connection with you, Mr. Trejo. It recognizes you from your encounter. We can use that." As Keller laid out the plan, I felt a mix of emotions washing over me. Fear, anger, determination. This wasn't the adventure I had set out for when I started my road trip, but it was the one I had found. And now, for better or worse, I was seeing it through to the end. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the desert, we prepared for what would likely be our final confrontation with the creature. The hunt that had begun with it pursuing me would end with us pursuing it. In the fading light, I caught a glimpse of movement on a distant ridge. For a moment I thought I saw a pair of eyes watching us, intelligent, calculating eyes. Then it was gone. The final chase was about to begin, and only one hunter would emerge victorious. The confrontation with the creature, the asset, played out in a haze of gunfire, blood, and that ear-piercing sonic weapon. In the end, we managed to subdue it, but at a cost. Roy didn't make it, sacrificing himself to give us the opening we needed. Jeb was badly injured but alive. As for me, I walked away with scars, both physical and mental, that I knew would never fully heal. Keller and his team took the creature away in a heavily armored vehicle. "They offered me a job," said my unique experience made me a valuable asset. I turned them down. I'd seen enough of their world to last a lifetime. Instead, I hit the road again. But this time, it wasn't adventure I was seeking. It was a way to make sense of everything that had happened, everything I'd learned about the hidden dangers lurking in the shadows of our world. Sometimes late at night in some nameless motel room, I swear I can hear that low rumbling growl. I see those intelligent eyes watching me from the darkness. And I wonder if it's really over, or if somewhere out there the creature is still waiting, still hunting. But then I remember what I've been through, what I've survived. And I know that whatever comes next, whatever nightmares are still out there waiting to be discovered, I'll be ready. Because now I know the truth. The world is stranger and more dangerous than most people could ever imagine. And sometimes, the real monsters aren't the ones with claws and fangs, but the ones who create them. As I drive down another empty highway, the desert stretching endlessly around me, I can't help but smile. Because despite everything, despite the terror and the loss, I'm still here. Still moving forward. The road ahead is long and full of unknowns, but then again, isn't that what adventure is all about? The steady hum of tires on asphalt had become a soothing white noise over the past few hours. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard, 3:47 p.m. We'd been on the road since early morning. The St. Louis skyline long since faded in the rearview mirror. "Hey Jasper, you want me to take over?" Oliver's voice broke through my highway-induced trance. I shook my head, both in response and to clear the fog of monotony. "Nah, I'm good. We're almost there anyway." Oliver nodded and returned his attention to the passing landscape. The gently rolling hills of northern Arkansas had given way to the more rugged terrain of the Ozarks. Dense forests of oak, hickory, and pine blanketed the rocky slopes, their deep greens a stark contrast to the cerulean sky above. I am Jasper LeClaire, 32 years old, and a software engineer by trade. The man beside me, Oliver Dwyer, had been my best friend since our college days at Mizzou. Where I was meticulous and cautious, Oliver was spontaneous and daring. Our differences complemented each other well, which is why we'd remained close even as our lives had taken different paths after graduation. This camping trip had been my idea. The past few months at work had been hellish, endless meetings, impossible deadlines, and a project manager who seemed to thrive on chaos. I needed an escape, a chance to disconnect and recharge. When I mentioned the trip to Oliver during one of our weekly phone calls, he jumped at the chance to join me. "So remind me again why we're driving all the way to the Ozarks when there are perfectly good campgrounds closer to home," Oliver asked, a slight smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. He knew the answer, but he enjoyed needling me all the same. I sighed, playing along with his familiar teasing. "Because, Ollie, some of us appreciate true wilderness, not those overcrowded, overpriced campgrounds where you're packed in like sardines and can hear your neighbor's radio from 3 sites over." Oliver chuckled. "Fair enough. Though I hope you realize this means you're on your own if we run into any banjo-playing locals. I rolled my eyes at his deliverance reference. You know, contrary to what Hollywood might have you believe, the people around here are actually quite friendly. As if on cue, we passed a decrepit gas station, its faded sign barely legible. An old man sat in a rocking chair on the porch, his eyes following our RV as we drove by. I suppressed a shudder, telling myself it was just a coincidence. The GPS chirped, informing us that our destination was approaching on the right. I slowed the RV, carefully navigating the narrow dirt road that led to our campsite. The Buffalo National River came into view, its clear waters glinting in the late afternoon sun. Home sweet home for the next week, I announced as I pulled into our reserved spot. We spent the next hour setting up camp, falling into an easy rhythm born from years of friendship and shared adventures. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across our campsite, we sat by the newly built fire, cold beers in hand. You know, Oliver said, his voice soft and contemplative. I'm glad you invited me along. It's been too long since we've done something like this. I nodded in agreement. Life has a way of getting in the way, doesn't it? But hey, we're here now. Let's make the most of it. We clinked our bottles together in a toast, unaware that our peaceful getaway was about to take a terrifying turn. As the fire crackled and the stars began to twinkle overhead, neither of us could have imagined the horrors that awaited us in the depths of the Ozark wilderness. The first night passed uneventfully, lulling us into a false sense of security. Little did we know, something ancient and malevolent had taken notice of our presence, and it was hungry. The next morning dawned bright and clear. I awoke to the sound of birds chirping and the gentle rushing of the nearby river. Oliver was already up, brewing coffee over our portable stove. Morning, sunshine, he grinned, handing me a steaming mug. Ready for some exploring? After a hearty breakfast of bacon and eggs, we set out on our hike. The trail wound along the Buffalo River, offering breathtaking views of the clear water and towering bluffs. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and wildflowers. This is exactly what I needed, I said, taking a deep breath. No emails, no calls, just nature. Oliver nodded in agreement. It's beautiful out here. Hard to believe we're only a few hours from civilization. As we hiked deeper into the forest, the trail became less defined. The trees grew denser, their branches intertwining overhead to create a natural canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. It was then that we came across the cabin. Hey Jasper, check this out, Oliver called, pointing through a break in the trees. The cabin stood in a small clearing, its weathered logs and sagging roof a testament to years of neglect. Vines crept up its walls, and the windows were dark, empty sockets. Looks like something out of a horror movie, Oliver remarked, a hint of excitement in his voice. I felt a chill run down my spine despite the warm day. Yeah, it does, I replied, uneasy but curious. Let's take a look. We approached cautiously. The door hung askew on rusted hinges, creaking ominously as Oliver pushed it open. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the musty smell of decay. Cobwebs draped from the ceiling like macabre decorations. A heavy wooden table dominated the center of the room, its surface etched with strange symbols I didn't recognize. Broken chairs lay scattered about, and in one corner stood an old pot-bellied stove, its door hanging open like a toothless maw. Looks like nobody's been here for a long time, Oliver said, picking up a rusted lantern from a shelf. I nodded, my eyes drawn to something carved into one of the walls. It looked like a crude drawing of a humanoid figure but with elongated limbs and a misshapen head. Below it was a single word, Grith. Hey Ollie, I called, come look at this. Oliver came over, his brow furrowing as he examined the carving. Grith, what's that supposed to mean? I shrugged. No idea. Local legend, maybe. As if in response to my words, a sudden gust of wind blew through the cabin, slamming the door shut with a bang that made us both jump. Okay, that's enough exploring for me, I said, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. Let's head back. Oliver nodded, looking as unsettled as I felt. We left the cabin quickly, but as we walked back to our campsite, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every rustle in the underbrush, every snapping twig made me flinch. Back at the campsite, we tried to shake off the eerie feeling with a swim in the river. The cold water was refreshing, and for a while we were able to forget about the strange cabin and its unsettling carvings. As night fell, we sat around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and exchanging stories. But every so often, I would catch Oliver glancing nervously at the dark line of trees surrounding our camp. "You okay?" I asked finally. He hesitated before answering. "Yeah, just that cabin got me thinking. You ever hear any stories about these woods? You know, local legends, that kind of thing." I shook my head. "Can't say that I have. Why?" Oliver shrugged, poking at the fire with a stick. "No reason, just curious." We turned in early that night, both of us feeling unexpectedly drained. As I drifted off to sleep, the word from the cabin wall floated through my mind: Grith. Little did I know it would soon become all too familiar. I jolted awake, heart pounding. For a moment I couldn't remember where I was. Then it all came flooding back: the camping trip, the hike, the cabin. But what had woken me? Then I heard it, a rustling sound outside the RV, followed by a low guttural grunt that sent shivers down my spine. It didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard before. "Oliver," I whispered, shaking his shoulder. "Wake up." He mumbled something incoherent, then opened his eyes. What is it?" "Listen," I said. We sat in tense silence. For a moment all I could hear was the sound of our breathing. Then it came again, that strange, inhuman sound, closer this time. "What the hell is that?" Oliver whispered, fully awake now. I shook my head. "I don't know, but I'm going to check it out." Oliver grabbed my arm as I reached for the flashlight. "Are you crazy? Haven't you seen any horror movies?" Despite my fear, I couldn't help but smile. "This isn't a movie, Ollie. It's probably just a bear or something. I'll be careful." I grabbed my pocket knife, not much of a weapon, but it was better than nothing, and slowly opened the RV door. The night was pitch black, the moon hidden behind a thick blanket of clouds. I swept the flashlight beam across the campsite, my heart racing. At first I saw nothing out of the ordinary. Then, at the edge of the light's reach, I caught a glimpse of movement, something large, moving on two legs. Before I could get a better look, it was gone, melting into the shadows with unnatural speed. I stumbled back into the RV, slamming the door behind me. Oliver took one look at my face and paled.
What did you see?"
I shook my head, trying to make sense of it. "I don't know. It was big, whatever it was, and fast. Too fast to be human." We spent the rest of the night huddled in the RV, jumping at every sound. When dawn finally broke, we were exhausted but relieved. In the light of day, the terrors of the night seemed less real, easier to dismiss as tricks of the imagination. But as we made breakfast, neither of us mentioned leaving. It was as if some unspoken challenge had been issued, and neither of us wanted to be the first to back down. We were so focused on acting normal, on convincing ourselves that nothing was wrong, that we almost missed the scream. It came from somewhere down the river, a woman's voice raised in terror and pain. Without a word, we dropped everything and ran towards the sound. We found her by the riverbank, a young woman probably in her mid-20s. She was covered in blood, her clothes torn, her eyes wild with fear. "Help me," she cried when she saw us. "Please, you have to help me." I knelt beside her, trying to assess her injuries. "What happened? Are you hurt?" She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "Not me, my boyfriend. It took him. Oh God, the blood, there was so much blood." Oliver and I exchanged a look. Could this be connected to what we'd seen last night? "Where?" Oliver asked. "Where did this happen?" The woman pointed with a shaking hand towards a dense patch of forest. "Over there, please, you have to find him." "Stay with her," I told Oliver. "I'll go look." Before he could protest, I was off, running in the direction the woman had indicated. The forest was thick here, the underbrush tangling around my legs as I pushed through. Then I saw it. A clearing, the ground torn up as if by some tremendous struggle. And in the center, I turned away, fighting the urge to be sick. What was left of the woman's boyfriend lay in a mangled heap, barely recognizable as human. Whatever had done this wasn't just an animal, it was a monster. As I stared at the gruesome scene, a twig snapped behind me. I whirled around, my heart in my throat. Nothing, just trees and shadows. But as I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something moving just at the edge of my vision. A tall, dark shape with eyes that glowed like embers in the gloom. Then it was gone, leaving me alone with the dead man and the certainty that our peaceful camping trip had just become a nightmare. The next few hours passed in a blur. We managed to get the young woman, her name was Lily, back to our campsite. She was in shock, barely able to speak coherently. Oliver tended to her while I hiked to the nearest ranger station to report what had happened. The rangers were skeptical at first, but the grim determination on my face must have convinced them. Soon the quiet forest was alive with activity, rangers, police, even a few FBI agents who happened to be in the area. I led them to the clearing where I'd found the body. The scene was even worse in the harsh light of day. The medical examiner took one look and turned away, his face green. "What could have done this?" one of the rangers asked, his voice hushed. I shook my head. "I don't know, but I saw something in the woods, something big." The ranger gave me a sharp look. "What do you mean, something?" I hesitated, knowing how it would sound. It was dark, I couldn't see clearly, but it was tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet, and its eyes, they glowed. The ranger's expression was a mixture of disbelief and concern. "Son, are you sure about this? Stress can play tricks on the mind." I bristled at his condescending tone. "I know what I saw, and I'm not the only one who's seen it." That got their attention. Soon they were interviewing Lily, Oliver, and me separately, taking detailed statements about everything we'd seen and heard. As the day wore on, more reports started coming in. A group of hikers had gone missing a few miles upriver. Another camper reported seeing a giant shadow moving through the trees at night. The authorities were baffled. They set up a command post near our campsite, bringing in more personnel and equipment. The once peaceful forest now buzzed with the sound of radios and generators. Oliver and I watched the commotion from the sidelines, feeling helpless and out of place. "We should leave," Oliver said quietly. "This isn't our fight." Part of me wanted to agree, but another part, a part I didn't fully understand, felt responsible somehow, as if by stumbling upon this horror, we'd become part of it. "We can't," I replied. "Not yet. We might be able to help." Oliver looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. "All right, but Jasper, be careful. Whatever this thing is, it's dangerous." As night fell, the forest took on an ominous air. Floodlights cut through the darkness, creating islands of harsh light amid the shadows. Armed rangers patrolled the perimeter of the camp, their faces tense and watchful. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thing in the woods, its glowing eyes boring into me. Around midnight, I gave up trying and went outside. The night was eerily quiet. Even the insects seemed to be holding their breath. I walked to the edge of the camp, staring out into the darkness beyond the lights. That's when I heard it. A low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I turned to shout a warning, but before I could, something huge and dark burst from the tree line. It moved with impossible speed, bowling over 2 rangers before anyone could react. Chaos erupted. Gunshots rang out, their muzzle flashes briefly illuminating a nightmarish form, all twisted limbs and razor claws. People were screaming, running in all directions. In the confusion, I lost sight of the creature, but I could hear it, crashing through the camp, the sounds of destruction punctuated by terrified screams. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The thing melted back into the forest, leaving behind a scene of carnage. As the dust settled and the wounded were tended to, I found Oliver. He was pale and shaken, but unhurt. "Did you see it?" I asked. He nodded, his eyes wide. "Jasper, what the hell was that thing?" I had no answer, but as I looked around at the devastated camp, at the fear on everyone's faces, I knew one thing for certain. This was far from over. The word from the cabin wall came back to me, taking on a new and terrifying significance. Grith. Whatever it was real, and it was hunting us. The attack on the camp changed everything. What had started as a mysterious threat was now a full-blown crisis. The authorities could no longer deny the existence of something dangerous in the woods, something that defied easy explanation. The next morning, a grim-faced colonel from the National Guard arrived, bringing with him a contingent of heavily armed soldiers. The campground was transformed into a military operation overnight. Oliver and I were debriefed again, this time by stern-faced men in suits who seemed more interested in what we hadn't said than in what we had. They asked pointed questions about the cabin, about the carving we'd seen. "This word grith," one of them said. "You're sure that's what it said?" I nodded. "Yes, but I don't know what it means." The man exchanged a look with his colleague that sent a chill down my spine. They knew something they weren't sharing. As the day progressed, more reports came in. The thing, people had started calling it the grith, adopting the mysterious word as a name, had been spotted in several locations around the forest. Each sighting was accompanied by violence, by death. The colonel announced a full-scale hunt. Teams of soldiers and rangers would comb the forest, armed with high-powered rifles and night vision goggles. Their orders were simple: find the creature and neutralize it. Oliver and I were told to stay in the camp. We were civilians, they said, and this was now a military operation. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were somehow central to this, that our encounter with the cabin had set something in motion. As night fell, the hunting parties set out. The camp was tense, everyone jumping at shadows. I paced restlessly, unable to shake the feeling that we were making a terrible mistake. "We're going about this all wrong," I told Oliver. "We can't just hunt this thing like it's some animal." Oliver looked at me, his brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" I struggled to put my thoughts into words. "Think about it. This thing, whatever it is, it's smart. It's been living in these woods probably for years without anyone knowing, and now suddenly it's attacking people left and right. Why now?" Oliver was quiet for a moment. "You think we provoked it somehow, by finding the cabin?" I nodded. "Maybe. Or maybe it's protecting something. Territory, or..." I trailed off as a new thought struck me. The cabin. We'd assumed it was abandoned. But what if it wasn't? What if it was the Grith's home? Before I could share this idea with Oliver, a commotion broke out at the edge of the camp. One of the hunting parties had returned early, carrying a wounded man. We rushed over. The soldier was barely conscious, his body covered in deep gashes. As the medics worked on him, he kept mumbling something, over and over. I leaned in closer to hear. "The eyes," he was saying. "Oh God, the eyes." A chill ran down my spine. I remembered the glowing eyes I'd seen in the forest, eyes that seemed to burn with an otherworldly intelligence. The colonel strode over, his face grim. "What happened?" he demanded. One of the other soldiers, his hands shaking as he lit a cigarette, spoke up. "It ambushed us, came out of nowhere. Jenkins here, he got the worst of it. But sir, our bullets didn't even slow it down." A murmur of fear ran through the gathered crowd. If our weapons were useless against this thing, how could we hope to stop it? As if in answer to our fears, a bone-chilling howl echoed through the forest. It was close, too close. The colonel barked orders, and soldiers scrambled to defensive positions. Oliver and I found ourselves ushered into a tent, told to stay put and stay quiet. But as we huddled there, listening to the sounds of panic outside, I knew we couldn't just sit and wait. Whatever this grith was, whatever it wanted, we were at the center of it. And somehow, we had to find a way to... As chaos erupted outside our tent, Oliver and I exchanged a look of determination. We couldn't just sit here while people were dying. "We need to get back to that cabin," I whispered urgently. "I think it might hold the key to understanding what's happening." Oliver nodded, his face pale but resolute. "How do we get out of here?" A plan formed in my mind. It was risky, but it was all we had. "When I give the signal, run for the tree line. Don't stop, no matter what." We waited for our moment, hearts pounding. The sounds of gunfire and screaming filled the air. Then, during a lull in the chaos, I yelled, "Now!" We burst from the tent, sprinting for the darkness beyond the camp's perimeter. Shouts followed us, but in the confusion, no one tried to stop us. The forest swallowed us, branches whipping at our faces as we ran. I had a general idea of where the cabin was, but in the darkness, everything looked different. After what felt like hours of running, we finally stumbled into the clearing where the cabin stood. It looked even more ominous in the moonlight, its weathered walls seeming to lean towards us. "Are you sure about this?" Oliver panted, eyeing the cabin warily. I nodded, trying to catch my breath. "We need answers." As we approached the cabin, a sense of dread settled over me. The door hung open, creaking softly in the night breeze. Inside, our flashlights revealed the same dusty interior we'd seen before, but something felt different. The air was thick with an unseen presence. I moved to the wall where we'd seen the carving of the grith. It was still there, its crude lines somehow more menacing in the beam of my flashlight. Look at this, Oliver called. He was examining the heavy wooden table in the center of the room. There's something carved into the surface. I joined him, brushing away years of dust to reveal intricate symbols etched into the wood. They formed a complex circular pattern, with the word Grith repeated at regular intervals. It's some kind of ritual circle, I murmured, a chill running down my spine. As if triggered by my words, the symbols began to glow with a faint, sickly light. The temperature in the cabin plummeted, our breath fogging in the suddenly frigid air. A low, rumbling growl filled the cabin. We spun around to see a pair of glowing eyes in the doorway. The Grith had found us. In the dim light, I could finally see the creature clearly. It was tall, easily 8 feet, with a body that seemed to shift and change as I watched. Sometimes it appeared almost human, other times more bestial. But those eyes remained constant, burning with an ancient, alien intelligence. Jasper Leclerc, it spoke, its voice like gravel in a meat grinder. Oliver Dwyer, you have awakened me from my slumber. Oliver and I were frozen in shock. It knew our names. It could speak. What are you? I managed to stammer. The creature's mouth twisted into what might have been a smile. I am Grith. I am the guardian of this forest, the keeper of ancient secrets, and you foolish humans have disturbed what should have remained hidden. As it spoke, images flashed through my mind, glimpses of a history so old it predated human civilization. I saw the Grith, or beings like it, walking the earth when it was young. I saw rituals performed in this very cabin, designed to keep the Grith dormant. The symbol, I gasped, understanding dawning. When we uncovered it, we broke the seal. The Grith nodded, its eyes flaring brighter. And now the hunt must begin anew. The forest must be cleansed of those who would desecrate it. Wait, I cried as the creature tensed, ready to strike. We didn't mean to wake you. We can fix this. The Grith paused, tilting its head in a disturbingly human gesture. And how would you propose to do that, Jasper Leclerc? I glanced at Oliver, hoping he would back my play. We can perform the ritual again, put you back to sleep. Just for a long moment, the only sound was our ragged breathing. Then the Grith spoke again. Very well, but know this. If you fail, your deaths will be but the first of many. As the creature began to explain the intricacies of the ancient ritual, I realized we had stumbled into something far bigger and more terrifying than we could have imagined. Our simple camping trip had awakened an ancient force, and now the fate of countless lives rested on our shoulders. The night was far from over, and the true test was yet to come. The Grith's instructions were complex, a mixture of arcane gestures and words in a language long forgotten by humans. Oliver and I listened intently, our lives hanging on every syllable. The ritual must be performed at dawn, the creature growled. When night and day are in balance, you will need these items. It rattled off a list, certain herbs, a vial of water from the deepest part of the river, a stone from the highest peak in the forest, and blood. Our blood. You have until sunrise, the Grith said, its form already beginning to fade into the shadows. Do not fail. And then it was gone, leaving us alone in the eerie stillness of the cabin. Jasper, Oliver said, his voice shaking slightly. Are we really going to do this, perform some kind of magic ritual? I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. Do we have a choice? If we don't, that thing is going to keep killing. Oliver nodded grimly. All right, where do we start? We divided the tasks between us. Oliver would gather the herbs and the river water, while I would climb to the peak for the stone. We agreed to meet back at the cabin an hour before dawn. As I made my way through the darkened forest, every shadow seemed to hide a threat. The distant sounds of the military operation echoed through the trees. They were still hunting the Grith, unaware of what we had learned. The climb to the peak was treacherous in the dark. More than once I nearly lost my footing on the steep, rocky slope. But finally, I reached the summit. The forest spread out below me like a vast, dark sea. I found a smooth, round stone that seemed to hum with an strange energy when I touched it. This had to be what the Grith meant. As I made my way back down, the eastern sky was already beginning to lighten. Time was running out. I arrived at the cabin to find Oliver already there, his clothes soaked and muddy. He held up a bag of herbs and a glass bottle filled with dark water. Got everything, he panted. You? I showed him the stone. Let's do this. We arranged the items on the ritual table, according to the Grith's instructions. The final step was our blood. We each pricked our fingers, letting a few drops fall onto the stone. As the first rays of sunlight crept through the cabin's grimy windows, we began the ritual. The words felt strange in my mouth, a language never meant for human tongues. The air in the cabin grew thick and heavy, charged with an otherworldly energy. The symbols on the table began to glow, brighter and brighter until it was painful to look at. A wind that wasn't wind whipped around us, carrying whispers of forgotten secrets. And then, with a sound like reality itself tearing, the Grith appeared in the center of the circle. Its form was shifting rapidly now, sometimes human, sometimes animal, sometimes something utterly alien. Those burning eyes fixed on us as we continued the chant. "Yes," it growled, its voice distorted and strange. "Yes, bind me once more. Let the forest sleep." The light from the symbols flared blindingly bright. I felt something vast and ancient brush against my mind. And then, silence. When my vision cleared, the Grith was gone. The symbols on the table were dark once more. The items we had gathered turned to ash. Oliver and I looked at each other, hardly daring to believe it was over. "Did we do it?" Oliver whispered. Before I could answer, the cabin door burst open. A team of soldiers stormed in, weapons raised. "Freeze, hands where we can see them." As we were led out of the cabin in handcuffs, I saw the colonel watching us with a mixture of anger and grudging respect. "You two have a lot of explaining to do," he said gruffly. I nodded, exhaustion suddenly hitting me like a physical force. "Yes, sir, but I think you'll find the forest is safe now." As they loaded us into a military vehicle, I caught one last glimpse of the cabin. For a moment, I thought I saw a pair of glowing eyes watching from the shadows. Then they were gone, and I was left wondering if it had been real or just a trick of the light. Either way, I knew our adventure was far from over. The world was bigger and stranger than we had ever imagined, and we had only scratched the surface of its mysteries. The debriefing seemed to go on forever. Military officials, government agents, even a few people who refused to give their affiliations, all of them wanted to hear our story. Over and over again, Oliver and I recounted what had happened in the forest. Some believed us, others didn't, but no one could deny the facts. The attacks had stopped, and the creature known as the Grith had vanished without a trace. We were sworn to secrecy, of course. The official story would be that a dangerous animal, possibly a bear, had been responsible for the attacks. It had been tracked down and neutralized. The public would never know how close they had come to an awakened ancient horror. As for Oliver and me, we were released after a week of intense questioning. We were told in no uncertain terms that we were to never speak of what had happened to anyone. The drive back to St. Louis was quiet. We were both lost in our thoughts, trying to process everything we had experienced. "Do you think it's really over?" Oliver asked as we neared the city. I sighed, watching the familiar skyline come into view. "I don't know, Ollie. I really don't know." The next few months were difficult. We tried to go back to our normal lives, but how do you return to normalcy after facing an ancient supernatural entity? I threw myself into my work, spending long hours at the office coding. Oliver, I heard, had taken up extreme sports, skydiving, rock climbing, anything to recapture the adrenaline rush of our encounter in the woods. We didn't see each other much during that time. It was as if we were both trying to forget, to pretend it had never happened. But the memories lingered, surfacing in nightmares and quiet moments. It was almost a year later when I received a package in the mail. No return address, just my name written in an unfamiliar hand. Inside was a single smooth stone, humming with a familiar energy. There was a note with it. "The forest remembers, Meaner God." That night, I called Oliver for the first time in months. "We need to talk," I said when he answered. There was a long pause before he replied, "I know, I got one too." We met at a quiet bar downtown. Oliver looked different, leaner, harder somehow. I supposed I had changed too. "What do you think it means?" he asked, turning his own stone over in his hands. I shook my head. "I don't know, but I think our part in this isn't over." Oliver nodded slowly. "I was afraid you'd say that. So what do we do now?" I took a deep breath, feeling a mixture of fear and excitement stirring in my chest. "We prepare, we research, and when the time comes, we'll be ready." As we sat there planning our next move, I couldn't help but feel that this was just the beginning. The Grith had opened our eyes to a world beyond what we knew, a world of ancient powers and hidden dangers. Our camping trip might have ended, but our real journey was just beginning. Whatever came next, we would face it together. And somewhere in the depths of the Ozark forests, in a cabin lost to time, a pair of glowing eyes opened once more. I always thought fishing was a way to clear my head. It's funny how the things you love can turn on you. I mean, fishing's been my escape ever since I was a kid. When life got too loud, I'd grab my gear and head out to some quiet spot. Last year, in 2023, I had one of those days. You know the kind, stress at home, work drama, just needed to get away. So I headed out to the lake, a remote spot up in northern Michigan, far from civilization. My name's Bryson Wicker, by the way. I'm not some survivalist nut or anything. I just enjoy the peace and quiet of nature. That day the sun was already up when I reached the lake. It was calm, with a slight mist hanging over the water. Perfect fishing weather. I parked my old pickup, grabbed my tackle box and rod, and made my way to my favorite spot, a little clearing on the bank, shaded by a couple of big oak trees. Now this place wasn't totally off the grid, but it wasn't exactly crowded either. I'd usually see a few other fishermen around, but not today. It was just me and the lake. I set up my gear, cast my line, and settled into my folding chair. As I sat there watching the bobber float lazily on the water's surface, I couldn't help but reflect on what had driven me out here in the first place. Work had been a nightmare lately. Our company was going through a restructuring, and rumors of layoffs were flying. I'd been with the firm for over a decade, but that didn't mean much these days. Then there was the situation at home. My girlfriend Lena and I had been fighting more and more. She wanted commitment, marriage, kids, the whole 9 yards. And me? I wasn't sure I was ready for all that. It wasn't that I didn't love her. I did. But the thought of settling down, of being responsible for a family, it terrified me. So here I was, trying to find some clarity in the stillness of nature. I took a deep breath, inhaling the crisp morning air. The lake stretched out before me, its surface like glass, reflecting the sky and the surrounding trees. For a moment, I felt at peace. That's when I heard the first sign that something was off. A rustling sound came from the bushes to my left. At first, I thought it was just some animal, a deer or maybe a raccoon. But then I heard it again, closer this time. It was too loud for a small animal. I stood up and looked around, but I couldn't see anything, just dense brush and trees. Probably just my imagination, I muttered to myself, trying to shake off the unease, but I couldn't ignore the feeling that I wasn't alone. I sat back down and focused on my line, trying to relax. About an hour passed. I caught a couple of decent-sized bass and was starting to feel like myself again. The strange noises had stopped, and I convinced myself it had just been some woodland creature going about its business. As I reeled in another fish, I allowed myself a small smile. This was why I came out here. The simple satisfaction of man versus nature, the thrill of the catch. For a moment, my problem seemed far away. But life has a way of reminding you that you can't outrun your troubles forever. As I was unhooking the fish, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I hesitated before pulling it out, already knowing what I'd see. 3 missed calls from Lena, a text message, "We need to talk. Call me when you get this." I sighed, feeling the weight of reality settling back onto my shoulders. I knew I couldn't avoid this conversation forever, but surely it could wait until I got back to town. I turned the phone off and tossed it into my tackle box. Little did I know as I cast my line back into the water that my relationship troubles would soon be the least of my worries. The day wore on, the sun climbing higher in the sky. I'd caught a few more fish, enough for a decent dinner if I decided to keep them. But as noon approached, a change came over the lake. The birds, which had been chirping merrily all morning, suddenly fell silent. The air grew heavy, and an odd stillness settled over everything. It was as if nature itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. That's when I heard it, a low, throaty noise like a snarl. I froze, my heart racing. This wasn't a raccoon, it was something bigger, and it was close. I stood up slowly, scanning the area. Nothing. The noise came again, this time from behind me. I spun around, clutching my fishing rod like a weapon. Then I saw it, a massive, hulking figure emerging from the trees. At first I thought it was a bear, but as it came into the light I realized it was something else entirely. It was covered in matted fur, but its eyes, those eyes were almost human. They glinted with a predatory intelligence that sent a chill down my spine. "Holy shit," I whispered, backing away slowly. The creature growled again, a deep rumbling sound that seemed to vibrate through the ground. I glanced at my truck, parked about 50 yards away. If I could make it there, I might have a chance. I took a deep breath and bolted. The creature let out a roar and charged after me. I could hear its heavy footsteps pounding the earth behind me. My heart was in my throat as I sprinted towards the truck, fishing gear forgotten. I reached the truck, yanked the door open, and scrambled inside, slamming the door shut just as the creature slammed into the side of the vehicle. The whole truck rocked from the impact. I fumbled for the keys, cursing under my breath. The creature clawed at the door, snarling and growling. Its massive paws left deep scratches in the metal. Through the window, I could see its face clearly now. A twisted mixture of bear and something almost human. Its eyes locked with mine, and I saw something there that I couldn't explain. Not just hunger or aggression, but a kind of ancient primal intelligence. Finally, I got the keys in the ignition and started the engine. I floored the gas pedal, the tires kicking up gravel as I sped away. In the rearview mirror, I saw the creature standing there, watching me with those eerie, almost human eyes. I didn't stop until I reached the main road, my hands shaking so badly I could barely keep the truck on the road. My mind was reeling, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. This wasn't some bear or mountain lion. This was something else, something I couldn't explain. I pulled over to the side of the road and tried to collect myself. My breath came in ragged gasps, and my shirt was soaked with sweat. I looked down at my hands and noticed for the first time that they were scratched and bleeding. Must have happened when I was running through the undergrowth. As the adrenaline began to wear off, the pain set in. My whole body ached, and my head was pounding. But worse than the physical discomfort was the fear, a deep primal fear that seemed to have taken root in my very core. I drove straight home, not stopping for anything. When I finally got back to my apartment, I locked all the doors and windows and sat in the living room, trying to make sense of what had happened. I wanted to call someone, tell them about it, but who would believe me? They'd think I was crazy or drunk. As night fell, I found myself jumping at every sound, peering out the windows, half expecting to see those eyes staring back at me from the darkness. Sleep was out of the question. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that creature, heard its growl. Little did I know, this was just the beginning. The encounter at the lake was about to set in motion a chain of events that would change my life forever. Over the next few days, I tried to put the incident out of my mind, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept seeing those eyes, hearing that growl in my nightmares. I started carrying a gun, something I'd never done before. I even considered moving, but where would I go? Work became a blur. I went through the motions, but my mind was elsewhere. My colleagues noticed the change in me. "You okay, Bryson?" My cubicle neighbor Tom asked one day. "You look like you've seen a ghost." If only he knew. I mumbled something about not sleeping well and buried myself in paperwork. The truth was, I was afraid to sleep, afraid of what I might see when I closed my eyes. Lena tried to reach out to me several times, but I kept pushing her away. How could I explain what had happened? She'd think I was losing my mind. Maybe I was. A week after the incident, I was sitting in my living room, mindlessly flipping through channels when a news report caught my attention. A missing hiker in the area near the lake. My heart sank. I knew it had to be connected. The news said they found his campsite torn apart, blood everywhere, but no body. The local authorities were baffled, calling it a possible bear attack, but I knew better. I couldn't sit idle anymore. I had to do something. But what? Go to the police. They'd never believe me. Go back to the lake. The thought made my blood run cold, but I knew I had to. I had to find out more. The next day I called in sick to work and packed my truck. This time I was prepared. I had my gun, extra ammunition, a first aid kit, and enough supplies to last a few days if needed. As I drove towards the lake, my hands were sweating on the steering wheel. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to turn back, but I pressed on. I parked in the same spot as before, feeling a mix of fear and determination. The place looked the same, peaceful and serene, but I knew what lurked in those woods. I made my way to the clearing, my gun at the ready. As I approached, I saw signs of a struggle. Broken branches, claw marks on the trees. My pulse quickened. I crouched down, examining the ground. There were footprints, large and unmistakable. They led deeper into the woods. Taking a deep breath, I started to follow the trail. With each step, I felt like I was walking further away from the world I knew and deeper into something else, something ancient and terrifying. Little did I know, I was about to uncover a secret that would shake my understanding of the world to its very core. The forest seemed different now. What once felt like a peaceful retreat now felt oppressive, threatening. Every shadow held potential danger, every sound a possible threat. I moved as quietly as I could, following the trail of destruction left by the creature. Broken branches, disturbed earth, and occasionally, something that looked disturbingly like blood. The trail led me deeper into the woods than I'd ever been before. The trees grew thicker, older, their branches intertwining overhead to block out most of the sunlight. After about an hour of careful tracking, I came across something that made my blood run cold. A backpack, torn and bloodied, hanging from a low branch. It had to belong to the missing hiker. I approached it cautiously, my gun at the ready. As I got closer, I noticed something odd. There was writing on the backpack, barely visible under the blood and dirt. I wiped it clean with my sleeve and squinted to read it. Property of Dr. Alan Forrester, Cryptozoology Department. Cryptozoology, the study of animals whose existence is unproven. What was a cryptozoologist doing out here? I unzipped the backpack, hoping to find some clues. Inside was a waterproof case. I opened it to find a journal and some kind of scientific equipment I didn't recognize. I flipped open the journal, my curiosity overcoming my fear for a moment. The pages were filled with neat handwriting and detailed sketches. As I skimmed through it, my eyes widened. Dr. Forrester hadn't been here by chance. He'd been tracking the creature. And from what I could gather from his notes, he wasn't the first. According to the journal, there had been sightings of this creature, or others like it, for centuries. Native American legends, settlers' tales, and more recent encounters all pointed to the existence of something that shouldn't exist, something that straddled the line between man and beast. But it was the last entry that really caught my attention. Dated just a few days ago, it read, "I've finally found it. After all these years, all the ridicule from my colleagues, I've proven they exist, but there's something else, something I never expected. These creatures aren't just animals, they're intelligent, perhaps even sentient, and if I'm right about their origin, God help us all." The entry ended there. Whatever Dr. Forrester had discovered, it had cost him his life, and now I was following in his footsteps. I stuffed the journal into my pocket. Whatever was going on here, this might be the key to understanding it. As I stood up, a twig snapped somewhere behind me. I spun around, my heart racing. Nothing, just trees and shadows. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was time to move on. I needed to find where this trail led. As I continued deeper into the woods, the forest seemed to close in around me. The air grew thick and heavy, and an unnatural silence fell. No birds, no insects, not even the rustle of leaves in the wind. Just an oppressive, waiting silence. Then I saw it. Up ahead, partially hidden by overgrown bushes, was the entrance to a cave. The footprints I'd been following led straight to it. This had to be where the creature or creatures lived. I stood there for a long moment, my heart pounding in my chest. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to turn back, to run as fast and as far as I could, but I knew I couldn't. I had to know the truth. Taking a deep breath, I raised my gun and stepped towards the cave entrance. Whatever was waiting for me in there, I was about to find out. The smell hit me first, a putrid mix of rotting flesh and something else, something musky and animal. I gagged, covering my nose and mouth with my free hand. The cave entrance loomed before me, a gaping maw of darkness that seemed to swallow all light. I fumbled in my pocket for my flashlight, flicking it on with shaking hands. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing rough stone walls that glistened with moisture. I took a tentative step forward, then another, my footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. As I moved deeper into the cave, the smell grew stronger. My flashlight beam swept across the floor, and I had to stifle a cry of horror. Bones, hundreds of them, scattered across the cave floor. Some were clearly animal, deer, maybe bear, but others were unmistakably human. I steeled myself and pressed on. The cave widened into a larger chamber, and that's when I heard it. A low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I swung my flashlight around wildly, trying to locate the source of the sound. There, in the far corner of the cave, I saw movement. 2 pinpricks of reflected light, eyes, watching me. I raised my gun, my hands shaking so badly I could barely aim. "Come out," I called, my voice barely more than a whisper. "I know you're there." Slowly, the creature emerged from the shadows. It was even more terrifying up close, its fur matted with blood and dirt, its massive claws leaving gouges in the stone floor as it moved. But it was the eyes that held me transfixed. There was intelligence there, and something else, something almost human. The creature tilted its head, regarding me with what seemed like curiosity. Then, to my utter shock, it spoke. "You should not be here." The voice was guttural, barely recognizable as speech, but there was no mistaking it. This creature, this impossible being, had just talked to me. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. What are you?" I managed to choke out. The creature moved closer, its massive form blocking the cave entrance. There was no escape now. "We are the Forgotten Ones," it growled. "The in-between, neither man nor beast, cursed to live in shadow." As it spoke, more shapes emerged from the darkness. 3, 4, 5 more creatures, all watching me with those eerily intelligent eyes. I was surrounded. "Dr. Forrester," I said, remembering the journal. "He found you. What happened to him?" A low rumble passed through the group, almost like laughter. "He sought knowledge. We gave it to him." One of the creatures tossed something at my feet. I looked down and immediately wished I hadn't. It was a human skull, picked clean of flesh. "You are like him," the first creature growled. "Curious, seeking truth." But truth? I gripped my gun tighter, though I knew it would be useless against so many of them. "What are you going to do to me?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The lead creature stepped closer, its hot breath washing over me. "That depends on you. Will you tell others about us?" I thought about it for a moment. Who would believe me anyway? "No," I said finally. "I won't tell anyone." The creature nodded slowly. "Then you may..." Keeping my eyes on the creatures, I began to back towards the cave entrance. Just as I reached the mouth of the cave, the lead creature spoke again. "Human, take this." It tossed something at me. I caught it reflexively. It was Dr. Forrester's journal. "Learn, but do not seek us again." I nodded, then turned and ran. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck. As I sped away from the lake, my mind was reeling. What were those creatures? How long had they been there? And what did they mean by the in-between? Over the next few weeks, I immersed myself in Dr. Forrester's journal. It was a goldmine of information, filled with years of research, theories, and observations. The more I read, the more incredible and terrifying the truth became. According to Forrester's research, these creatures weren't some new species. They were old, ancient. There were accounts of them going back centuries, across different cultures and continents. Native American legends, medieval European folklore, even ancient cave paintings, all depicting similar creatures. Forrester had a theory. He believed these creatures were the result of an ancient evolutionary split, a branch of early hominids that had taken a different path, adapting to live in the shadows, away from the developing human civilizations. But there was more. Forrester's later entries hinted at something even more incredible. He believed that these creatures weren't just intelligent, they were sentient, with their own culture and language. And most shockingly, he suggested that they might possess abilities we would consider supernatural. As I delved deeper into the journal, I found myself looking over my shoulder more often, jumping at every unexpected sound. The creature's words echoed in my mind. "We are always watching." I knew I should destroy the journal, forget everything I'd learned, but I couldn't. The need to understand, to uncover the full truth, had become an obsession. Then, about a month after my encounter in the cave, something happened that changed everything. I was working late at the office, poring over some of Forrester's notes I'd copied. Everyone else had gone home hours ago. As I was about to leave, I heard a noise from the hallway. Footsteps, heavy and slow. My heart began to race. I knew those footsteps. I'd heard them before in the woods. Slowly, I stood up and moved towards the door. As I reached for the handle, it began to turn from the other side. I stumbled backward as the door swung open, revealing a familiar hulking figure. The creature stood there, filling the doorway. Its eyes locked with mine, and I saw recognition there. "You have learned much," it growled. I nodded, unable to speak. "Good," the creature said. "It is time." The creature led me out of the office building and into the dark city streets. I followed in a daze, my mind struggling to process what was happening. We moved through back alleys and abandoned lots, always staying in the shadows. Finally, we arrived at an old boarded-up warehouse on the outskirts of town. The creature effortlessly pulled aside a heavy metal door, gesturing for me to enter. Inside, I was met with an astonishing sight. The warehouse had been transformed into a sort of underground sanctuary. Dozens of creatures, similar to my guide but each unique in their own way, moved about the space. Some were hunched over what looked like ancient texts. Others were working with strange, otherworldly devices. My guide led me to the center of the room, where an elderly creature sat on a makeshift throne of scavenged materials. This one was different from the others, smaller, with a shock of white fur and eyes that seemed to glow with an inner light. "Welcome, Bryson Wicker," the elder creature said, its voice surprisingly clear and articulate. "We have been watching you for some time." I found my voice at last. Why have you brought me here?" The elder creature leaned forward. "Because, Bryson, you are important, more important than you can possibly imagine." And over the next few hours, the elder creature, who called himself the Keeper, revealed a truth that shook me to my core. These creatures, who called themselves the Veil Walkers, were indeed an ancient species, but they were more than just evolutionary offshoots. They were guardians, protectors of a hidden world that existed alongside our own, a world of magic, monsters, and forces beyond human comprehension. The Veil Walkers stood at the boundary between these worlds, ensuring that the horrors of one didn't spill over into the other. But now that boundary was weakening. Strange occurrences were becoming more frequent. Creatures that shouldn't exist were being spotted with increasing regularity. And worst of all, there were humans, powerful, dangerous humans, who sought to tear down the veil completely. "We need your help, Bryson," the Keeper said. "You have a gift, a sensitivity to the hidden world. You saw us when others could not. You understood truths that would break lesser minds. We need you to be our emissary in the human world." I listened, my head spinning with the implications. Everything I thought I knew about the world had been turned upside down, and now I was being asked to play a role in a cosmic drama I barely understood. "What do you need me to do?" I asked finally. The Keeper smiled, a strange sight on his inhuman face. "First you must learn, then you must fight. The battle for your world's future is just beginning." As I left the warehouse that night, my head buzzing with new knowledge and my pockets heavy with strange artifacts the Keeper had given me, I knew my life would never be the same. The peaceful days of fishing by the lake seemed like a distant memory now. I had been given a glimpse behind the curtain of reality, and there was no going back. The world was stranger and more dangerous than I had ever imagined. But now I had a purpose, a mission. As I walked home through the quiet streets, I could feel unseen eyes watching me from the shadows. But for the first time, that knowledge didn't fill me with fear. Instead, I felt a sense of resolve. Whatever was coming, whatever battles lay ahead, I would be ready. The veil between worlds was thinning, and I was now one of its guardians. The fishing rod would have to stay in storage for a while. I had bigger fish to fry now. In the months that followed, my life took on a surreal quality. By day, I continued my mundane job, going through the motions of normal life. But by night, I delved into a world of shadow and mystery. The Veil Walkers became my teachers, instructing me in the ways of their hidden world. I learned to sense the thinning places in the veil, to recognize signs of otherworldly intrusion. They taught me rituals and incantations to strengthen the boundary between worlds, and how to defend myself against creatures that might slip through. My apartment became a strange hybrid of the mundane and the mystical. Ancient tomes shared shelf space with my fishing magazines. Protective talismans hung next to my family photos, and in a locked box under my bed lay an assortment of weapons designed to combat supernatural threats. Lena and I had long since parted ways. How could I maintain a relationship when I was living a double life? My colleagues at work noticed the change in me, the dark circles under my eyes, my constant distraction. They attributed it to stress, maybe depression, if only they knew the truth. As the keeper had warned, incursions from the other side were becoming more frequent. I found myself called away at odd hours to deal with everything from mischievous sprites causing havoc in suburban neighborhoods to more sinister entities threatening to break through into our world. And always, there was the looming threat of those humans who sought to tear down the veil completely. Cultists, power-hungry sorcerers, misguided scientists. They came in many forms, but their goal was always the same: to unleash the full power of the hidden world, regardless of the consequences. One night, as I stood in a rain-soaked alley, my clothes torn and bloodied from a particularly nasty encounter with a shadow beast, I found myself longing for the simplicity of my old life. For a moment, I allowed myself to imagine what it would be like to go back, to forget everything I'd learned, to return to those peaceful days by the lake. But then I remembered the keeper's words: "The battle for your world's future is just beginning." I knew I couldn't turn back now. I had seen behind the veil, and with that knowledge came responsibility. As I made my way home, my muscles aching and my mind weary, I realized something. The person I had been mine with, Bryson Wicker, the guy who used fishing to escape his problems, that person was gone. In his place was someone new, someone stronger, more aware, more connected to the true nature of reality. I climbed the stairs to my apartment, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The air was thick with the scent of herbs and incense, protective measures against unwanted supernatural visitors. I collapsed onto my couch, exhaling deeply. On my coffee table lay Dr. Forrester's journal, now supplemented with my own notes and observations. Next to it was my old, battered tackle box, two symbols of the different lives I had lived. As I drifted off to sleep, I found myself thinking about the lake where this had all started. I wondered if I would ever fish there again, perhaps someday when the veil was strong and the world was safe. But for now, I had work to do. The world was full of shadows, and I was one of the few who could see them clearly. It wasn't the life I had chosen, but it was the life I now knew I was meant for. As I closed my eyes, I could almost hear the keeper's voice. "Remember, Bryson, we are always watching. And now, so are you." Growing up, my brother Jesse and I spent almost every summer camping near Big Lake in the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest. It was Dad's favorite spot, somewhere quiet enough to lose yourself, but familiar enough to feel safe. Even now, years after Dad had passed, I could still recall the faint scent of pine and trout, the feeling of cold lake water on sunburned skin, and nights spent counting stars while Dad told us stories about the constellations. Those memories felt like they belonged to different people, to boys who didn't know how quickly innocence could be stripped away. But things change. Life has a way of twisting even the good memories into something else, something you can barely recognize when you hold it up to the light. Jesse's recent divorce had turned him bitter, restless, and desperate for something familiar. His ex-wife had taken the house, the dog, and most of his savings, leaving him with an empty apartment in Phoenix and a hollowness in his eyes that I'd never seen before. He'd lost weight, stopped returning calls from friends, and spent most evenings staring at old photographs with a bottle of whiskey in his hand. "It's time we went back," Jesse insisted one cold November morning, standing uninvited in my kitchen with dark circles under his eyes. "Clear our heads like the old days. Remember how simple everything was up there? No cell service, no lawyers, no paperwork, just us and the woods, like when we were kids." I didn't want to go, not really. The forest held memories I'd carefully preserved, and I feared that returning would tarnish them somehow, expose them to the harsh light of our adult disappointments. But Jesse needed this trip. I could see it in the desperate way he clenched and unclenched his fists, in the tremor in his voice when he talked about needing to get away from everything. And deep down, hidden beneath layers of excuses and responsibilities, maybe I needed it too. Maybe I needed to prove that some things remained untouched by time, that not everything good had rotted away. We loaded Dad's old Tacoma, the paint faded and chipped, the passenger door still refusing to close properly without a hard slam, with camping gear, and headed out, leaving Phoenix's warmth behind for the high-elevation chill near Big Lake. The drive took us through Payson, then up the winding mountain roads where the temperature dropped steadily and the vegetation transformed from desert scrub to towering ponderosa pines. Jesse drove mostly in silence, occasionally commenting on landmarks he remembered from childhood trips, but his observations felt forced, rehearsed, as if he were trying to convince himself this was a good idea. At 9,000 feet in November, everything felt emptier, quieter than I remembered. It was late autumn, the leaves long gone from the aspens, and frost glittered like tiny blades of glass in the morning sun. The air tasted different up here, cleaner, sharper, with an edge that burned your lungs when you breathed too deep. The lake itself was barely recognizable, now mostly dry due to years of drought and water diversion. Nothing but cracked mud and gray dirt spread out like an empty crater where water used to lap at sandy shores. Only a small stagnant pool remained at the northern edge, ringed with dead reeds and scum, a sad reminder of what had been. Jesus, Jesse muttered, staring at the desolate landscape. When did this happen? Drought's been going on for years, I said, though seeing it in person hit harder than any news article could convey. The lake bed stretched before us like a wound in the earth, exposing layers of sediment and long-buried debris. An old boat anchor jutted from the dried mud like a gravestone. Jesse parked above the lake bed on a rough dirt trail, the Tacoma's suspension groaning as we navigated the rutted path. We set up camp beneath a cluster of tall aspens that rattled dryly in the wind, their pale trunks like bones against the darkening sky. The sound they made wasn't the gentle whisper I remembered from childhood. It was harsh, insistent, almost like warning clicks. This isn't exactly what I remembered, Jesse said, kicking at a chunk of dried mud that crumbled under his boot. Seasons change, I replied, watching him carefully. His jaw was set tight, and I could see him struggling with disappointment. Things never stay the same, Jess. He ignored me, gazing toward the ridge beyond the lake bed, where thick pine forest climbed toward rocky outcroppings. We should go up there tomorrow. Bet the view's still the same from the top. We built a small fire as evening approached, and the sky shifted from pale blue to deep purple. It was brutally cold once the sun dropped, and our breath turned to fog between us even as we huddled close to the flames. The crackling fire did little to ease the bitter chill that seemed to seep up from the ground itself, working its way into my bones no matter how many layers I wore. The forest around us had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, not even the scurrying of small mammals through the underbrush. Just the wind through those dead aspens and the pop of burning wood. After a quiet meal of canned chili and stale crackers, we retreated to our tents. Jesse's flashlight beam swept across the campsite one final time before clicking off, leaving us in absolute darkness. The kind of darkness you only find miles from any town, where the night presses against your eyelids and the stars seem too bright, too close, like they're watching. Sleep was slow to come. I lay in my sleeping bag listening to Jesse shift restlessly in his tent, the nylon fabric rustling with each movement. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me under, though my dreams were uneasy, filled with images of the dried lake bed and the skeletal aspens rattling their warning. The next morning, I woke to frost coating the tent flaps, the fabric stiff and crystallized where my breath had condensed during the night. My joints ached from the cold and the hard ground, and I could see my breath forming small clouds in the cramped space of the tent. Jesse was already moving around outside, impatiently urging me to hurry up, his voice sharp with an energy that seemed out of place in the hushed morning. Come on, Mike, we're burning daylight. I want to hit that ridge before noon. I dressed quickly, layering thermal underwear beneath my hiking pants and pulling on the thick wool socks Dad had bought me years ago. They still smelled faintly of cedar from the chest where I stored them. Outside, Jesse had already packed a day bag with water and snacks, his movements quick and jerky, like he couldn't stand to be still. By mid-morning, we started toward the ridge he'd mentioned, each step crunching through half-frozen earth and scattered pine needles. The sun had risen higher but provided little warmth, and shadows still clung to the hollows between trees. The forest felt wrong somehow, too orderly, too quiet. The pines stood in unnaturally straight rows, and there was no undergrowth, just bare earth covered in a carpet of needles that muffled our footsteps. I fell behind Jesse slightly, lost in thought and disturbed by the oppressive silence, when my foot hit something hard, almost twisting my ankle. Pain shot through my leg as I stumbled, catching myself against a nearby tree trunk. "Damn it," I hissed, looking down expecting to see a rock or tree root. Instead, I saw bleached white bones partially covered by fallen leaves and pine needles. Deer bones. My stomach tightened as I looked closer, pushing aside the debris with my boot. They were stacked neatly, deliberately arranged in a pattern that no animal could manage. Ribs laid out like a small cage, perfectly spaced and aligned. A skull rested neatly at the center, positioned upright with empty eye sockets facing toward the ridge. Smaller bones, vertebrae, I thought, formed a spiral leading away from the main structure, each piece carefully placed. "Jesse," I called, my voice coming out strangled. "Come see this." He jogged back, his expression shifting from irritation to confusion as he examined the bones. He crouched down, reaching out to touch the skull, then thought better of it and pulled his hand back. "Probably some hunter with too much time," he said finally, but his voice lacked conviction, or bored kids messing around. "We haven't seen anyone else up here," I said, scanning the surrounding forest. "And who would haul deer bones all the way out here just to stack them?" Jesse stood abruptly, brushing pine needles from his knees. "I don't know, Mike. People do weird things. Maybe it's some kind of trail marker or art project. Let's keep moving." I nodded slowly, trying to accept the simple explanation even as something in my gut rejected it. We moved forward again, but the sight lingered in the back of my mind, a silent question nagging me with each step. The arrangement had been too precise, too purposeful, and there was something about the way the skull faced toward the ridge, as if watching or pointing. We climbed higher, the grade steepening as we left the lakebed further behind. Jesse maintained a punishing pace, barely pausing to catch his breath, driven by something I couldn't understand. The trees began to thin near the ridgetop, and I could see granite outcroppings jutting through the soil like broken teeth. "Jesse, slow down," I called, my lungs burning from the altitude and exertion. "We've got all day." But he didn't slow down. If anything, he moved faster, scrambling up the loose scree with a single-minded intensity that bordered on obsession. When I finally caught up to him at the ridge crest, he was standing on a flat boulder staring out at the view with an expression I couldn't read. "This is it," he said quietly. "This is what I needed to see." I looked out at the panorama spread before us, miles of forest stretching in every direction, broken only by the scar of the dried lakebed below. It should have been beautiful, should have stirred those childhood memories of adventure and freedom. Instead, it felt desolate, empty in a way that had nothing to do with the absence of water. The forest seemed to absorb sound rather than reflect it, and the wind that had been constant lower down had died completely up here, leaving an unnatural stillness. "We should head back," I said after a few minutes. "Weather can turn fast up here." Jesse didn't respond immediately. He remained fixed on that boulder, looking down at something in the valley beyond the ridge. I followed his gaze but saw nothing except more trees, more emptiness. "Jesse?" He blinked, seeming to come back to himself. Yeah, okay, let's go." The descent took longer than the climb. Jesse's energy had evaporated, and he moved slowly, carefully, almost reluctantly. I noticed him glancing over his shoulder repeatedly, as if checking to see if we were being followed. But each time I looked back, there was nothing, just the silent forest and those distant granite outcroppings catching the afternoon sun. Back at camp that evening, as the sky turned from orange to purple to black, we busied ourselves making dinner, sharing strained small talk that felt hollow and performative. Jesse kept looking toward the tree line, his jaw working as if he were chewing on words he couldn't quite spit out. I heated soup over the fire while he arranged and rearranged the gear, finding excuses to move around rather than sit still. "You okay?" I finally asked, unable to ignore his obvious agitation. "Fine," he said curtly. "Just tired." But he wasn't tired. His eyes were wide, alert, tracking movements I couldn't see in the gathering darkness. The firelight cast harsh shadows across his face, making him look gaunt, almost skeletal. I was about to press him further when a sudden scream pierced the air, distant yet undeniably human. We both froze, eyes locked, listening intently. The sound had come from somewhere deep in the forest, maybe half a mile away, maybe closer. It was impossible to tell in these acoustics. The scream held genuine terror, the kind of raw fear that strips away all pretense and cuts straight to animal panic. It came again, clearer this time, a woman's voice, raw and terrified, calling out something indistinct. The words were lost to distance and wind, but the emotion was unmistakable. Jesse stood immediately, grabbing his flashlight from his tent. "Someone's out there. We should go help." "Wait," I said, grabbing his arm. "There's no one else up here. We haven't seen anyone since we arrived. Not a single car, not a single campsite." The scream echoed again, seeming to come from multiple directions at once, bouncing off the ridge and the lake bed. It sounded closer now, more urgent, but also somehow less human. There was a quality to it that made my skin crawl, something off about the rhythm and pitch. Jesse hesitated, conflicted, then shook off my hand with more force than necessary. "What if she's hurt? What if someone attacked her? We can't just sit here and do nothing." "Jesse, listen to me," I said, standing to block his path. "Something's not right about this. That doesn't sound..." "Doesn't sound what? Real?" His eyes flashed with anger. "You think someone's out there faking it? Why? To lure stupid campers into the woods. This isn't a horror movie, Mike. Someone needs help." I watched helplessly as he disappeared into the woods, his flashlight beam swallowing by darkness within seconds. The trees seemed to close around him, and suddenly I was alone beside the dwindling fire, listening to the silence that had followed the screams. Minutes dragged into an hour. I paced the perimeter of camp, ears straining for any sound, Jesse's voice calling out, footsteps returning, anything. I fed the fire obsessively, keeping it high and bright, as if the light could somehow protect me or guide Jesse back. The temperature continued to drop, and frost began to form on everything the firelight didn't touch. I called out periodically, "Jesse, Jesse, come back," but my voice seemed to die just beyond the circle of firelight, absorbed by the forest without echo. When Jesse finally reappeared, emerging from the darkness so suddenly, I nearly jumped into the fire. He was pale and out of breath. His hands were shaking as he set down his flashlight, and I could see a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead despite the cold. "Couldn't find anything," he said quietly, avoiding my eyes as he collapsed onto a camp chair. "Nothing at all. No woman, no signs of struggle, no footprints." I went about a mile in, followed the sound, but it just stopped. Complete silence. "Maybe she got away, found help somewhere else," I offered, though I didn't believe it. Jesse shook his head slowly. "There's nowhere to go, Mike. We're 20 miles from the nearest road." And the scream, he stopped, pressing his palms against his eyes. It kept moving, like it was circling me, but I never saw anyone. He dropped into his tent without another word, zipping it closed with a finality that discouraged further conversation. I sat by the fire for another hour, listening to him toss restlessly, occasionally muttering in his sleep. The words were indistinct, but they didn't sound like English. Every rustle, every snapping twig jolted my nerves. I knew animals, knew their sounds, their calls. I'd grown up in these woods, learned to identify birds by their songs and mammals by their tracks. Whatever had screamed out there wasn't wildlife. It was something else entirely. Something that understood how to mimic human distress just well enough to be convincing, but not quite enough to be real. I eventually retreated to my own tent as the fire burned down to embers, but sleep was impossible. I lay awake with my knife within easy reach, listening to the wind through the aspens and Jesse's increasingly agitated movements in the tent beside mine. At some point, deep in the night, I heard footsteps circling our camp, slow, deliberate, heavy enough to be human but with an odd dragging quality, as if someone were injured or walking on legs that didn't quite work right. I held my breath, waiting for Jesse to wake up, to call out, to acknowledge what I was hearing, but he remained silent, and eventually the footsteps faded into the distance, leaving only the wind and my racing heart. I woke early, my breath visible inside the tent, crystallized by the freezing air. Gray dawn light filtered through the nylon fabric, casting everything in a sickly pallor. A creeping dread settled into my bones even before I fully registered what had disturbed my uneasy sleep. The campsite was too quiet. No sound of Jesse moving around, no smell of coffee brewing, no morning banter. Unzipping my tent, I looked toward Jesse's and felt my stomach drop. The tent flap hung open, moving slightly in the breeze. His sleeping bag lay empty, twisted open and half pulled out of the tent. The zipper was wide apart, as if he'd gotten out quickly or been pulled out. His boots sat untouched beside the tent flap, frost covering the laces. His heavy jacket was still hanging from a low branch nearby, frost clinging to the sleeves and forming elaborate crystal patterns on the nylon. "Jesse," I called out softly at first, my voice hoarse from the cold air, then louder, more urgent. "Jesse, where are you?" The only reply was silence. Absolute smothering silence. Even the wind had died, leaving the forest in a state of unnatural stillness. The aspens stood motionless, their bare branches creating stark patterns against the gray sky. Stepping outside barefoot, I winced as the frozen ground bit into my toes, sending sharp pains up through my feet. The morning sun barely reached our campsite, leaving it in deep shadow cast by the ridge above. Something wasn't right. Jesse wouldn't leave without boots or a coat, not in this weather, not when it was well below freezing. My heart sped up, adrenaline overcoming the cold and the pain in my feet. I quickly retreated to my tent and dressed, pulling on extra layers with shaking hands that had nothing to do with the temperature. Thermal underwear, hiking pants, 2 layers of shirts, my heavy fleece, then my waterproof jacket, thick socks and my boots, which I laced with fumbling fingers. I started searching around camp for footprints, any sign of which direction Jesse had gone. There were none, just a thin, undisturbed layer of frost and snow dusting the ground. That didn't make sense. Even a small animal would leave tracks here. The frost was so perfect and undisturbed. It was as if Jesse had simply vanished from inside his sleeping bag without ever touching the ground. For hours I circled the campsite in ever-widening rings, calling Jesse's name until my throat burned and my voice cracked. I checked the ridge trail we'd hiked yesterday. I searched along the lake bed. I pushed through dense thickets of manzanita that tore at my clothes and scratched my face. Nothing. No trace. The more I searched, the more desperate I became, the scenarios running through my mind growing increasingly dark. Had he sleepwalked, fallen into a ravine, suffered some kind of mental break from stress and exposure, or had something taken him, something connected to the bone arrangement, to the screaming, to those circling footsteps I'd heard in the night? The eerie quiet only heightened the growing anxiety in my chest. By mid-afternoon, I had covered every possible path twice, each sweep ending with no sign of Jesse and mounting panic that I was wasting time, that every minute counted, that he could be injured and freezing somewhere just out of sight. The forest felt oppressive around me, looming trees casting dark shadows that crept slowly across the ground as the sun tracked westward. Just as panic began overwhelming reason, as I was seriously considering hiking out to my truck and driving for help, a faint rustling broke through the silence. I spun around, heart hammering, and there stood Jesse, pale and expressionless, walking stiffly from the direction of the ridge. He wore only his thermal pants and long-sleeve undershirt, no jacket, no boots, just socks that were shredded and bloody from walking over rocks and frozen ground. But what stopped me cold was the state of his hands. They were stained dark red with dried blood, crusted under his fingernails and streaked up his forearms to his elbows. Not fresh blood. This was hours old, dried and flaking in places. "Jesus, Jesse, where were you?" I rushed toward him, stopping short when I saw his face more clearly. His expression was blank, eyes unfocused, skin so pale it was almost translucent. "What happened? Are you hurt?" He stared at me blankly, as if I were a stranger, as if he were trying to remember who I was. Several seconds passed before he looked down at his hands slowly, confusion clouding his face like he was seeing them for the first time. "I don't know," he murmured, his voice flat and distant. "Are you hurt?" I reached out cautiously, grabbing his wrist to inspect him for injuries. I turned his hands over, checked his arms, looked for cuts or wounds, but there were no injuries, no wounds at all on his body, just blood, dried and flaking. It wasn't his blood. "I don't know," he repeated softly, eyes still unfocused, staring through me rather than at me. "Jesse, you need to tell me what happened. Where have you been?" "It's been almost 12 hours. You have blood all over you. You have to remember something." His gaze drifted past me, focusing somewhere behind me in the woods, and his expression shifted slightly, not quite fear, but something close to recognition. "I woke up near the rock pile," he finally said. "That's all I remember." "The rock pile." My voice trembled. "The deer bones?" He nodded slightly, mechanically, then his gaze sharpened suddenly, focusing with uncomfortable intensity on something behind me in the woods. I spun around, following his line of sight, but saw nothing except shadows and trees. "What is it? What do you see?" "Nothing," he said too quickly. "Just maybe we should go inside. I'm cold." "Let's get you warmed up," I said urgently, guiding him toward the fire pit with a hand on his elbow. He stumbled slightly, unsteady on his feet, but said nothing else. He moved like someone in shock, mechanical and disconnected from his own body. I managed to rebuild the fire, my hands shaking as I arranged kindling and struck matches. The flames caught slowly, grudgingly, as if even fire was reluctant in this place. I watched Jesse closely as he sat beside the growing fire, noting how he kept his bloody hands in his lap, turning them over occasionally as if they belonged to someone else. His silence disturbed me more than his disappearance. Jesse was never quiet. He joked, talked endlessly, tried filling any gap with noise and energy. This Jesse felt wrong, hollow, like something wearing my brother's face but lacking whatever had made him Jesse. I sat across from him, the fire crackling between us. "You really don't remember anything?" "No." He kept his gaze fixed on the flames, his voice distant and mechanical. "You've got blood on your hands, Jesse. That's not nothing. You had to have done something out there. Killed a rabbit, fell on something dead." My patience frayed, fear sharpening my words and making them come out harsher than I intended. He looked up sharply, sudden anger flaring in his eyes, real emotion breaking through the blank mask he'd been wearing. "I told you, Mike, I don't know. What do you want me to say? That I remember everything? That I can explain it? I can't. I woke up on the ground with my hands like this, and I don't know why." The outburst seemed to exhaust him, and he slumped forward, elbows on his knees, staring at the ground. I wanted to push him further, demand answers, shake him until the truth came out. But something held me back, maybe the look in his eyes when he'd snapped at me, or the way his hands had clenched into fists, or the subtle sense that I was speaking to something that only partially resembled my brother. "We should clean you up," I said instead, standing to retrieve our water containers and a clean shirt from my pack. "Get that blood off before it sets." Jesse allowed me to clean his hands and arms, sitting passively as I scrubbed at the dried blood with cold water and cloth. It came off reluctantly, leaving rust-colored stains on his skin and under his nails no matter how hard I scrubbed. I examined his feet next. The socks were destroyed and his soles were cut and bruised, but nothing serious, nothing that explained 12 hours of missing time or hands covered in blood. As I worked, I kept up a stream of questions, trying different angles to jar loose a memory. "Did you see anyone? Hear anything? Was it dark when you woke up, or light? Do you remember what time you left camp?" To each question, Jesse shook his head or responded with variations of "I don't know" or "I don't remember." It was like talking to someone with amnesia, except I didn't believe him. Something in the way he paused before answering, the way his eyes flickered toward the tree line, told me he was hiding something, whether consciously or unconsciously, I couldn't tell. Later, as darkness seeped into the sky much earlier than seemed right for the time of day, Jesse retreated to his tent, collapsing into his sleeping bag almost instantly. Through the thin nylon wall I could hear him shifting, muttering, the sleeping bag rustling with restless movement. I stayed awake, feeding the fire and listening carefully to every rustle and snap of branches around us. The forest had come alive again after sunset, but not with normal sounds. There were movements in the periphery, circling sounds that approached then retreated, never quite revealing their source. And from Jesse's tent, I began to hear something that made my skin crawl. He was muttering in his sleep, low, fragmented words I couldn't quite catch. The language was harsh, full of guttural syllables that didn't fit together into anything recognizable. Not English, not Spanish, not any language I'd ever heard. The sounds were old somehow, wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. They felt forbidden, like words that shouldn't be spoken aloud. The firelight flickered as a breeze picked up, and shadows stretched across the ground, twisting and writhing in ways that didn't match the flames. My hand stayed wrapped tight around the hatchet handle all night, the wood worn smooth from my father's grip, now slick with my own nervous sweat. I didn't dare sleep. Something had happened to Jesse out there, something he couldn't or wouldn't share. The blood, the missing hours, the unnatural quiet around camp, it all felt connected, part of a pattern I was terrified to recognize. Around midnight, the muttering from Jesse's tent grew louder, more agitated. I heard him thrashing in his sleeping bag, and then he spoke clearly, in English, in a voice that sounded nothing like his own. "It sees you. It knows you're awake." I shot to my feet, hatchet raised, heart thundering. "Jesse?" The muttering stopped immediately, replaced by silence so complete it felt like the world had been muted. I waited, muscles tense, for several minutes before I heard normal breathing resume from his tent. Deep, steady, the breathing of someone in natural sleep. But I knew what I'd heard, and I knew with growing certainty that whatever had happened to Jesse on that ridge near those arranged bones, he hadn't come back alone. As dawn approached, exhaustion tugged at me, but I jolted fully awake at the crunch of frozen earth. Jesse was outside the tent again, standing barefoot and shirtless in the freezing dawn, his breath coming out in great clouds of vapor. He was staring silently toward the ridge, his body rigid with tension, muscles standing out in stark relief across his back. I scrambled up, joints protesting, heart racing with a now familiar dread. "Jesse, get back inside, you'll freeze." But he didn't move. He just stood there, completely still except for the rise and fall of his chest, eyes fixed on something beyond the trees. The temperature had to be in the low 20s, and frost was already forming on his exposed skin, crystals catching the first light of dawn. I grabbed a blanket and approached him carefully, as if he were a wild animal that might bolt. "Jesse, come on, you need to get warm." He didn't acknowledge me, didn't even seem to register my presence. I followed his gaze, my breath hitching when I saw a shape in the distance, a dark, hunched figure crouched low on a distant boulder, partially obscured by shadows but clearly visible in the growing light. It was watching us, watching Jesse. The figure was wrong in ways I couldn't immediately identify. Its proportions seemed off, limbs too long, torso too narrow, head at an angle that would be uncomfortable for a human. It was too still, holding a position that would cause anyone cramping after seconds, and it radiated a sense of malevolent patience, as if it had been there all night and would remain there all day if necessary. "Jesse, do you see that?" I hissed urgently, fear squeezing my throat until my voice came out strangled. He didn't reply, didn't even blink. His entire focus was on that distant figure, and I realized with horror that this wasn't the first time he'd seen it. Recognition was written in every line of his body, in the way he held himself perfectly still, as if any movement might trigger something terrible. Then the figure was gone, not running, not slipping behind the boulder, just gone, as if it had never been there. 1 second it was crouched on that rock, and the next there was only empty stone and shadows beneath the trees. Anger overtook my fear, frustration bubbling up from somewhere deep and desperate. I grabbed Jesse roughly by the shoulder, spinning him toward me. His skin was ice cold under my grip, and I could see frost forming in his hair. "What the hell happened to you?" I shouted, shaking him. "What did you see out there? What did you do?" He shoved me violently, surprising strength in his arms, and I stumbled backward, nearly falling. "Don't touch me," he growled, his voice low and guttural, barely recognizable as human. His eyes, when they finally focused on me, were wild, filled with something between rage and terror. Panic surged through me, instinct overpowering hesitation. We couldn't stay here. Whatever was happening to Jesse, whatever had followed him back from the ridge, we needed to leave immediately. Get to a hospital, get to civilization, get away from this forest that had become something other than the place I remembered from childhood. We're leaving, right now. I turned toward the tents, ready to start breaking down camp. "No," Jesse shouted, his voice cracking in panic. He lunged toward me, grabbing my arm with fingers that dug in painfully. "You can't. We can't leave. It watches. It listens. You don't understand." "What watches?" I demanded, trying to pull free from his grip. "Jesse, you're not making sense. You need help. You need a doctor." "You don't understand." He was shouting now, face contorted with fear. "You can't speak about it. You can't even think about it. That's how it knows. That's how it finds you." "How what finds you? There's nothing out here but trees and rocks and—" He shoved me again, harder this time, and I stumbled back against the truck. Rage overtook reason. My hand found a thick fallen branch near the campfire, fingers wrapping around it instinctively. Jesse lunged toward me again, fury distorting his features into something I barely recognized. I swung without thinking. The branch cracked against his knee with a sickening sound, and he dropped instantly, howling in pain and rage. The sound that came out of him wasn't entirely human, too deep, too resonant, echoing strangely off the surrounding trees. My stomach churned, guilt colliding with survival instinct. "I'm sorry, Jesse. I'm sorry." My voice broke, tears I hadn't realized I was crying freezing on my cheeks. He lay there gripping his leg, glaring at me with pure hatred. But behind the hatred was something else, relief, gratitude, as if some part of him had wanted me to stop him, to take control when he couldn't. I bound his legs tightly with paracord from my camping supplies, hands shaking as I worked. He didn't fight me, but his eyes never left my face, filled with that unsettling mixture of emotions. I threw our gear into the truck bed haphazardly, not bothering to pack properly. Tent poles bent and broke, sleeping bags got soaked in morning dew. None of it mattered. We needed to leave. Getting Jesse into the truck bed was harder. He was dead weight, and the injured knee made him cry out when I lifted him. I arranged him as comfortably as possible, threw extra sleeping bags over him for warmth, and secured him with bungee cords so he wouldn't roll around during the drive. Before I got in the truck, I took one last look at the ridge. The figure was back on its boulder, closer now, clearly visible in the full morning light. It raised one elongated arm in what might have been a wave or a warning. Its face, if it had a face, was lost in shadow despite the sun. I didn't look back again. I got in the truck, started the engine, and drove as fast as the rutted dirt roads would allow, the truck bouncing violently over rocks and washouts. Behind me, I could hear Jesse muttering again in that strange language, but this time his voice was his own, and he sounded like he was praying or pleading. Through the rearview mirror, I watched the campsite disappear behind us, and standing at the tree line perfectly still, I saw the figure one final time before the road curved and took us out of sight. The drive to Springerville took 3 hours that felt like 3 days. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, Jesse was staring back at me with eyes that seemed to hold accusation and warning in equal measure. The paracord held, but he'd stopped fighting it after the first half hour, lying still in the truck bed as we bounced down the mountain. At the urgent care clinic, a small facility that serviced the rural communities scattered throughout the high country, the staff looked at us with poorly concealed alarm. A man bound in the back of a truck, covered in dried blood with a swollen knee. Me, wild-eyed and babbling about camping accidents. They handled it professionally, getting Jesse onto a gurney and into an examination room while a kind but firm nurse guided me to the waiting area. "Sir, you need to sit down. Let us take care of your brother. Can you tell me what happened?" I tried to explain camping trip. He wandered off, found him disoriented, but the words came out jumbled and insufficient. She nodded patiently, handed me bad coffee in a styrofoam cup, and left me alone with my thoughts. 2 days later, Jesse opened his eyes in that same clinic. The swelling in his knee had gone down with rest and anti-inflammatories. The blood had been cleaned away, though the tests came back inconclusive. Animal blood, likely deer, but they couldn't determine how it had gotten all over him. I sat beside his bed in a hard plastic chair, watching sunlight stream through the window and wondering how to explain what had happened when I didn't understand it myself. "What happened?" Jesse asked softly, shifting uncomfortably on the stiff clinic bed. His voice was his own again, tired but familiar. "You don't remember." My voice came out strained, raw from exhaustion and worry. He shook his head, genuine bewilderment in his eyes. "We went camping, right? Near Big Lake? Everything after the first night is gone. Just blank space. Why am I in a hospital? Why does my knee hurt?" I hesitated, words caught in my throat. How could I explain the missing hours, the blood on his hands, the look in his eyes when he'd come back from the ridge? How could I describe the twisted figure watching us from the trees, or the way he'd spoken in languages that shouldn't exist? "You disappeared," I finally said, choosing my words carefully. "For almost 12 hours, I found you near those deer bones we saw on the ridge. You were disoriented, covered in blood. You didn't recognize me at first." He frowned deeply, pressing his palms against his eyes as if that might help squeeze the memories back. There's nothing there. It's just dark, like someone cut that piece of time right out of my head." "Did I fall?" He glanced down at his bandaged knee, then back at me with pleading eyes, desperate for a simple explanation. Sort of, I lied, unable to tell him I'd been the one to hurt him. You were not yourself, aggressive. I had to restrain you for the drive out. A nurse stepped in quietly, interrupting before Jesse could question further. She checked his vitals, scribbled notes on her clipboard, and gave me a look that implied I shouldn't push him too hard. He needs rest. The disorientation should clear up in a few days. Sometimes altitude and stress can cause dissociative episodes, especially combined with dehydration. It was a neat medical explanation that explained nothing. But I nodded gratefully, accepting the gift of a rational narrative, even though we both knew something else had happened in those woods. After the nurse left, Jesse drifted back into restless sleep. I sat watching him, noting how his eyes moved rapidly beneath closed lids, how his hands occasionally clenched into fists, how he muttered words I couldn't quite hear. Whatever had happened on that ridge hadn't released him completely. Later that afternoon, 2 forest rangers arrived to speak with me in the waiting room. They were polite, cautious, but their questions probed deeply into territory I didn't want to explore. "Can you tell us exactly where you camped?" asked the older one, a weathered man in his 50s with the kind of eyes that had seen everything the forest could throw at someone. "Above Big Lake," I said vaguely, uneasy under their scrutiny. "We grew up camping there. My brother wanted to revisit old memories." The younger ranger, a woman in her 30s with dark hair pulled back in a tight braid, studied me carefully. "Did you notice anything unusual out there? Any other campers? Strange sounds?" My throat tightened, the memory of stacked deer bones vivid in my mind. Jesse's empty stare, the distorted figure on the ridge, the screaming in the woods. I hesitated, then shook my head. "No, it was quiet. We didn't see anyone." The older ranger exchanged a glance with his partner, something unspoken passing between them. He leaned forward slightly. "The reason we're asking, we've had reports. Other campers near Big Lake over the past few years. Most of them leave suddenly, won't say why. Few have reported experiences they can't explain. Missing time, strange sounds. One man said something watched him from the ridge for 3 days straight. We take these things seriously," the younger ranger added. "Whatever people choose to believe, there are dangerous elements in these forests. Sometimes it's animals behaving unusually. Sometimes it's people doing things they shouldn't. And sometimes," she paused, seeming to consider her words carefully, "sometimes there are things we don't have good explanations for, things that have been here longer than we have." The older ranger pulled out a business card, sliding it across the table to me. "If you remember anything else, or if either of you experience any ongoing effects, please call. We keep better records than you might think." After a few more formal questions about our exact campsite location and timeline, they left me alone. I sat for a long time, hands shaking, their words echoing in my mind. They'd known, or at least suspected. Whatever we'd encountered, we weren't the first. I wanted to call them back, to tell them everything. The bones, the screaming, the figure, the blood, the strange language Jesse had spoken, but fear held me silent. Fear that speaking about it might somehow summon it back, might complete whatever had been started on that ridge. Days later, I drove Jesse back to his apartment in Phoenix. He didn't say much during the long drive down from the mountains, lost in thought and staring vacantly out the passenger window. The landscape shifted from pine forests to scrubland to desert, but his expression never changed. We never returned to the topic of what had happened in the woods, as if an unspoken agreement had settled between us, one born of confusion, fear, and a desperate desire to pretend everything was normal. Over the next weeks, my sleep grew worse, riddled with nightmares of those woods and that figure. I'd wake up gasping, convinced I could smell pine and frozen earth, hear the aspens rattling their warning. The dreams always ended the same way, standing at our campsite while something circled just beyond the firelight, getting closer with each revolution. One night, after waking drenched in cold sweat at 3 a.m., I turned on my computer and searched Apache Sitgreaves National Forest disappearances. I scrolled through pages of hiking accidents and lost tourists, nothing unusual. Then I tried Big Lake, Arizona strange occurrences. Hours passed, my eyes aching from the screen's glow, until I stumbled upon something buried in obscure forums and archived newspaper articles. Stories from the 70s and 80s, before the internet made information easier to track. Hunters who'd found elaborate bone arrangements in the forest. Campers who'd heard screaming that led nowhere. People who'd returned from the area changed, speaking in languages their families didn't recognize, suffering fugue states and memory loss. One account from a Navajo elder interviewed in 1983 spoke of warnings passed down through generations, places in the high country that should be avoided after dark, beings that walked in the shadows, wearing the appearance of men but moving wrong, thinking wrong, things that could steal your voice and use it to call others into darkness. The word appeared again and again in my research, buried in traditional stories and folklore discussions, Yinaldloshi. I carefully wrote it down, then spent another hour learning about the tradition Navajo beliefs about witches who wore animal skins and could take their form, skinwalkers, shapeshifters, things that existed in the liminal space between human and animal, between the living and something else. But these weren't children's stories or Hollywood monsters. The accounts were sober, matter-of-fact, passed down as warnings rather than entertainment. Don't go to the high places alone. Don't answer calls in the darkness. Don't speak of them, especially not by name, because that draws their attention. I thought about the bone arrangement, deer ribs forming a cage around a skull, a calling card, a warning, an invitation. I thought about Jesse's missing hours, the blood, the change in him, the way he'd spoken that alien language, and warned me that it was watching, listening. My pulse quickened as I read further, each account seeming to parallel our experience. I found myself looking over my shoulder, checking the locks on my windows, leaving lights on throughout the house. The logical part of my brain tried to dismiss it. Stress, altitude, shared delusion. But the deeper, older part of my brain that remembered sitting around campfires while Dad told stories, that part knew better. Closing the laptop sharply, I stared into the darkness of my room, heart racing with a terrible certainty. Something had found us at Big Lake, or maybe we'd found it, and I didn't think it was finished with us. Within days, I burned our camping gear in a barrel behind my apartment complex, unable to shake the feeling that something had followed us back. The flames were reluctant at first, the nylon melting and smoking rather than burning cleanly. When the smoke rose, thick and black, I thought I saw shapes in it, familiar shapes, watching shapes. The old Tacoma, the truck Dad had loved, I sold quickly to a scrapper in Tucson, practically giving it away. The buyer looked confused by my desperation, but took the deal without questions. I didn't tell him to avoid driving it near Big Lake. I didn't tell him anything. Jesse and I talked occasionally over the following months, but the conversations felt hollow, cautious. He'd moved to San Diego within weeks of returning to Phoenix, exchanging Arizona's deserts and forests for a busy coastal city. He got a job at a tech startup, found an apartment near the beach, started dating someone new. On paper, he was moving forward, rebuilding his life after the divorce. But I could hear something different in his voice during our calls, a carefulness, an awareness that hadn't been there before. He'd pause mid-sentence sometimes, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. He never asked about going camping again. I relocated to Oregon 6 months after our trip, accepting a job offer I'd been sitting on. I told myself it was about career advancement, better opportunities, but really I needed distance from those woods, from the constant awareness that they were just a few hours' drive away. I needed cold rain instead of desert heat, ferns instead of pines, the Pacific Ocean as a barrier between me and whatever lived on that ridge. For a while, it seemed to work. The dreams came less frequently. The feeling of being watched faded. I started sleeping through the night again, stopped checking my locks obsessively. Then one late winter afternoon, as I was coming home from the grocery store, my phone rang. Jesse's name appeared on the screen. I almost didn't answer. Our calls had dwindled to occasional texts, and something about seeing his name at that moment made my stomach tighten. "Mike," he said without preamble, his voice shaking. "It's happening again."
What do you mean?
I asked, though I already knew. Some part of me had been waiting for this call. "I keep waking up outside." He spoke quickly, words tumbling over each other. "Barefoot, just like at Big Lake. I don't remember going out there. Last night my roommate found me standing in the parking lot at 2 a.m., staring east. He said I was muttering in some language he'd never heard. Mike, I'm always facing east, toward Arizona, toward the lake." Fear tightened my chest, memories flooding back. "Jesse, listen. Don't think about it. Don't talk about it. Just try to forget." He laughed bitterly, a sound with no humor in it. I can't forget, Mike. Something happened to me there, something still inside my head. I feel it sometimes, especially at night, like there's another person in here with me, watching through my eyes, waiting for something. Then come here, I urge, desperate to help but having no idea how. Stay with me in Oregon. We'll figure this out together. I'm not sure it's safe for you. His voice dropped to a whisper. I think it follows me. I think wherever I go, it goes. And I think... He paused, and I heard him take a shaky breath. I think it wants something. I think bringing me back was just the beginning. Beginning of what? I don't know. But Mike, lock your doors. Don't answer if you hear me calling outside. And if you see someone who looks like me but doesn't quite move right, run. He hung up before I could respond. That night I triple-checked all my locks. I left every light in the house on. I sat in my living room with a baseball bat across my lap, watching the windows and listening to rain drum against the roof. Nothing happened. But at exactly 3:47 a.m., my phone buzzed with a text from Jesse. I'm sorry. I tried calling back immediately, but he didn't answer. I sent texts. Sorry for what? Jesse, what's going on? But received no response. 3 days later, a small postcard arrived at my new Oregon address. No return label, just a brightly colored image on the front. Big Lake in summer, the way it used to look. Blue water, green trees, bright sky. The photograph had to be decades old, from before the drought. My hands trembled as I flipped it over, finding a simple message scribbled in familiar jagged handwriting that I'd known since childhood. My brother's handwriting, still watching, still listening, come back. I called Jesse immediately, angry and terrified. Why would you send this? What the hell, Jesse? Send what? He sounded confused, groggy. Mike, what postcard? I haven't sent anything. Don't play games with me. You sent me a postcard of Big Lake. You wrote, still watching, still listening, come back. There was a long silence on the other end. When Jesse spoke again, his voice was barely audible. Mike, I didn't send anything. I haven't written anything by hand in months. Not since. He stopped abruptly, and I heard fear creeping into his voice. Not since I stopped being able to control my hands sometimes. Not since they started moving on their own when I sleep. In that instant, cold certainty settled in my stomach like a stone. Jesse hadn't sent it, but something wearing Jesse's handwriting had something that knew my new address, knew where I'd fled to, wanted me to know it could find me anywhere. Whatever we'd found or whatever had found us on that ridge near Big Lake had never left. It had followed Jesse to San Diego. It knew I'd run to Oregon, and now it was reaching out, making contact, reminding us that distance meant nothing. I looked at the postcard again, at the impossibly blue lake that no longer existed, at the cheerful vintage photograph that felt like mockery. On the back, in the bottom corner, I noticed something I'd missed before. Small, barely visible, written in letters so tiny I had to squint. A string of words in that same harsh, guttural language Jesse had spoken in his sleep. I didn't recognize the words, but I understood their meaning with perfect, terrible clarity. We're not done with you. Outside my window, the Oregon rain continued to fall. But through the sound of water on glass, I heard something else. Footsteps on my porch, slow and deliberate, circling the house just like they'd circled our camp that night in the forest. I grabbed my phone to call the police, but stopped when I saw my reflection in the darkened window. Standing behind me, visible only in the glass, was a familiar figure. Not Jesse, but something wearing his general shape, his approximate height. It smiled with too many teeth, and when it spoke, the words came out in my brother's voice, but with that alien rhythm underneath. You should have stayed at the lake. Now we come to you. The lights in my house flickered and died, leaving me in darkness broken only by the glow of my phone screen and whatever stood behind me, waiting. I never should have gone back to Big Lake, but I think somehow it had always been waiting for us to return. I never minded the quiet, not when I was overseas, and certainly not now that I was running snowplows for Arizona Department of Transportation along the White Mountains. Some of the guys complained about the night shifts, said the isolation got to them, said the endless miles of empty highway made them feel like they were the last person on Earth. But after 4 tours in Afghanistan with an engineering unit clearing IEDs from lonely mountain roads, this felt like peace. At least it did until that night in April 2017. My name is Grant Holloway, and I'm 34 years old. I've seen things that would make most people lose sleep for weeks. I've held dying men in my arms while mortars screamed overhead. I've diffused explosives with hands that wouldn't stop shaking, knowing one wrong move meant oblivion. I thought I'd left fear behind in those desert mountains half a world away. I was wrong. It was April 18th, technically spring, but winter had decided to make one last stand. The late-season snowstorm had blown in like divine retribution, burying Route 273 beneath more than 2 feet of thick, wet powder. The kind of snow that clings to everything, heavy and suffocating. Dispatch had called me in just after I'd finished dinner, leftover meatloaf I'd barely tasted, telling me it was a 4-hour job at most. Simple enough. Clear the route, get home by sunrise, collect the overtime pay. But the storm was heavier than forecasted. The Weather Service had predicted 6 inches. We were already past 18 and still climbing. Visibility dropped with each passing mile until I could barely see 30 feet ahead. The temperature had plummeted into the teens, and it felt colder every minute, even inside the cab with the heater blasting at full power. The wipers clicked steadily, rhythmically, almost hypnotically as I eased the plow along the dark highway. Snowbanks built on either side like fortress walls, growing taller with each pass. Tall stands of spruce and fir crowded the road, their thick branches bowed low beneath snow that kept falling and falling. The trees seemed to lean inward, as if trying to reclaim the road from human intrusion. The cab heater fought hard against the cold outside, but I could still feel the chill seeping through the windows like something alive and hungry. Ice formed on the edges of the glass in delicate crystalline patterns that would have been beautiful under different circumstances. My headlights barely pierced the swirling white void ahead. Shadows flickered through my peripheral vision each time the beam swept across the trees. Just tricks of light and snow, I told myself, nothing more. The radio crackled occasionally with fragments of chatter from other drivers on different routes, their voices distorted and distant. I'd checked in with dispatch every 30 minutes like clockwork, reporting my position and progress. The last transmission had been scratchy, barely intelligible. The storm was playing hell with communications. I was near Crescent Lake, about 40 miles from the nearest town, when I saw the car. A silver Subaru Forester sat at an awkward angle, its nose crunched deep into a drift on the side of the road. Hazard lights flashed dimly through the heavy snowfall, nearly buried beneath a mound of fresh powder. The sight sent an immediate jolt of concern through me. It wasn't uncommon for people to underestimate these storms and end up stranded, especially this close to the reservation boundary where cell service was spotty at best. I slowed the plow and rolled to a stop behind the vehicle, the engine settling into a low, rumbling idle. Snow immediately began accumulating on my windshield without the wipers moving. I picked up the radio mic, thumb pressing the call button. "Dispatch, this is Grant Holloway," I said, trying to keep my voice level and professional. "Got an abandoned vehicle near mile marker 47.5, Route 273. Looks stuck good. Going to check it out." Static buzzed back at me, thick and soupy. Faint voices lost somewhere deep in the white noise, words impossible to distinguish. Reception had been spotty all night, but this was worse than before. I waited a few seconds, then repeated the message. Still nothing but that endless hiss. I logged the vehicle's location into my notebook with numb fingers. 47.5 millets, silver Subaru Arizona plates, then zipped up my jacket to the throat and pulled on my heavy work gloves. Before stepping outside, I grabbed my flashlight from its mount on the dash. The metal was cold even through my gloves. The wind hit me like a physical blow the moment I opened the door. Bitter and stinging, it cut through my layers of clothing with contemptuous ease. My eyes watered instantly, tears freezing at the corners. The cold was so intense it made my teeth ache. I trudged over to the Subaru through knee-deep drifts, each step requiring effort as the snow tried to hold me in place. My flashlight beam sliced through the darkness, creating a narrow tunnel of visibility in the swirling chaos. The driver's side door hung wide open, swaying slightly in the wind. Snow had blown inside, already starting to pile up on the empty seat, dusting the dashboard and steering wheel. The interior dome light was still on, casting a weak yellow glow that made the scene somehow more unsettling. The keys dangled from the ignition, swaying and chiming softly with each gust of wind. A lonely, discordant sound. I leaned inside, playing my flashlight beam across the interior. A wallet sat untouched in the cup holder, flipped open to reveal a tribal ID card. The name read Desiree Nakai, White River Apache, age 26. The photograph showed a young woman with a shy smile, dark eyes looking out with quiet warmth, long black hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. She looked kind. She looked real. She looked like someone who should be home safe, not lost in this storm. Then I saw the blood. A large smear of it stained the fabric seat, dark and viscous, already partially frozen into the material. The stain was substantial, not a small cut or nosebleed. This was serious bleeding. My training kicked in immediately, heart rate accelerating as I followed the trail with my flashlight. Blood spatter dotted the center console, more streaked across the inside of the doorframe, and a heavy trail of drops led out onto the snow outside, quickly being covered by fresh fall. I stepped back, boots crunching in the snow, and swept the flashlight beam around the Subaru in a wide arc. The wind howled through the trees, making the branches creak and groan. I was looking for signs of a crash, for an injured person who might have stumbled away from the vehicle in shock or confusion. People did strange things when they were hurt and scared. That's when I saw the tracks. Footprints in the snow, but not boot prints, not shoe prints. These were bare feet, clearly defined despite the falling snow, pressed deeply into the powder as if the person making them had been running or stumbling with significant force. The prints led straight from the driver's side door across the narrow shoulder and down the embankment toward the dense woods. I moved closer, crouching down to examine them more carefully. My hands were shaking from the cold, I told myself. The toes were splayed wide, unevenly spaced. The stride was irregular, inconsistent, as if the person was limping badly or stumbling in pain. Some prints showed only the ball of the foot, others the full impression. But what disturbed me most was the spacing. The steps were too far apart, the feet positioned at strange angles. Nobody walks like this, I thought, not normally, not without injury or... I stood up slowly, playing my flashlight beam along the trail of prints. They led straight down the embankment, plunging into the darkness of the forest below. The trees there were dense, packed tight together, their snow-laden branches forming a canopy that blocked out what little light the storm clouds allowed through. My training told me to follow. Someone was hurt, possibly dying from blood loss and exposure. Every minute counted in conditions like these. Hypothermia could kill in less than an hour when you were wet and injured and the temperature was in the teens. I had a duty to help, to search, to rescue. But something else, something deeper and more primal than training, told me to stop. My gut twisted with an apprehension I couldn't name. It wasn't just the absence of shoes or the bitter cold that nagged at me. It was something about those footprints themselves, the way they looked almost wrong, almost not quite human in their proportions. I stood at the edge of the embankment, my flashlight beam trembling slightly as I pointed it down into the trees. The darkness below was absolute, impenetrable. The kind of darkness that seems to have weight and substance, that presses against your eyes. Deep shadows moved with the wind. Branches creaked and groaned under the burden of snow. And somewhere further in, deeper in the woods, a single branch snapped, sharp and brittle, the crack echoing through the night like a gunshot. "Dispatch," I called into the radio again, my voice urgent now. "Higher than normal. Possible injured motorist. Blood on scene. Footprints leading into the woods. Request immediate assistance. This is urgent. Medical emergency." Only static responded. That empty, mocking hiss that seemed to laugh at my isolation. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to stop, to step back from that tree line, to return to the safety of my plow and wait for backup. But the image of that young woman's face on the ID card wouldn't leave my mind. 26 years old, someone's daughter, someone's friend. Possibly dying out there in the freezing darkness while I stood here paralyzed by irrational fear. I took a step down the embankment, then another. The snow was deeper here, untouched by the plow, nearly thigh-deep in places. I had to lift my legs high with each step, and the effort left me breathing hard, my breath pluming out in thick clouds. The bare footprints continued ahead of me, still visible despite the accumulating snow. How long had she been out here? An hour? 2? The trees closed in around me as I descended, their branches forming a tunnel overhead. Less snow fell here, caught by the dense canopy. But it was somehow colder. The wind couldn't penetrate as deeply into the forest. but the cold seemed to radiate from the trees themselves, seeping up from the frozen ground. My flashlight beam played across tree trunks, catching on rough bark and reflecting off ice. Shadows danced and shifted. I followed the footprints deeper, watching them carefully. My free hand braced against trees for balance on the steep slope. Then I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The footprints were changing, not just the depth or spacing, but the shape itself. The earlier prints had been clearly human, recognizable as feet, even if bare and strangely positioned. But these newer ones, the ones leading deeper into the forest, they were different, longer, the toes more spread, and in some prints I could see what looked like claw marks extending from where the toes should end. I stopped, my heart hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears. "This isn't right," my mind whispered. "This isn't natural. Turn around, go back." But I couldn't. Someone needed help. Even as every instinct screamed at me to flee, I forced myself to take another step forward. A sound broke the silence, a wet, strangled intake of breath, somewhere ahead and to my right. Not quite animal, definitely not human. It was the sound of something breathing through damaged lungs, through a throat not meant for air. "Hello," I called out, my voice cracking. "I'm here to help. I'm with ADOT. If you're hurt, call out." Silence. Then the distinct sound of movement. Not footsteps. Something heavier. Something dragging through the snow and underbrush. The sound circled to my left, moving parallel to my position, but staying just beyond my flashlight's reach. I turned, following the sound with my beam. "I have medical supplies. I can help you." A branch snapped directly behind me. I spun around, flashlight shaking now, beam cutting wildly through the darkness. My breath came in short, panicked gasps. Nothing. Just trees and snow and shadows. Another branch snapped, this time to my right, then another behind me again. The sounds were deliberate, calculated, as if something was testing me, circling me, keeping just out of sight. That's when I understood with sudden, terrible clarity. I was not the rescuer here. I was prey. I began backing up, keeping my flashlight moving in wide arcs, trying to watch all directions at once. My foot caught on a buried root, and I nearly fell, arms windmilling for balance. Behind me, maybe 30 feet away, I heard that wet breathing again, closer now, and underneath it, a low sound, something between a growl and a moan, emanating from a chest cavity that seemed too large, too deep. "Oh God," I whispered, and turned to run. I crashed back up the embankment, no longer caring about the footprints, about following protocol, about anything except getting out of those woods. Branches tore at my clothes and face, snow kicked up around me. My flashlight beam bounced crazily, showing glimpses of trees and ground and dark shapes that might have been shadows or might have been something else. Behind me, the sound of pursuit, not running, something worse than running, a steady, relentless movement through the undergrowth, matching my pace effortlessly. Whatever was back there wasn't hurrying. It didn't need to. I burst out of the tree line and half ran, half fell up to the road, slipping in the deep snow, using my hands to pull myself forward. I scrambled to my feet and ran to the plow without looking back, yanked the door open, and threw myself inside, slamming and locking it behind me. My breath fogged the windows immediately as I sat there, chest heaving, hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. I stared back at the tree line, flashlight pointed out the windshield, scanning for movement. Nothing. The forest was still and silent once more, as if nothing had happened, as if I'd imagined the whole thing. But I knew I hadn't. And somewhere in the rational part of my brain, I realized that Desiree Nakai wasn't running from an accident. She was running from something else. And whatever it was, it had followed her to the road. It was still out there, and now it knew I was here too. I sat in the cab for several minutes, trying to calm my racing heart, trying to convince myself that I'd panicked over nothing. An animal, probably, a deer or elk, disoriented by the storm. The sounds had just seemed wrong because of the wind, because of my nerves, because I was tired and cold. But I didn't believe it. Not really. I picked up the radio mic again, my hand still trembling. "Dispatch, this is Holloway. I need backup at my location immediately. Possible dangerous situation. Please respond." Static, endless, empty static. I tried different channels, cycling through the emergency frequencies. Nothing. The storm had to be interfering with transmission, bouncing signals wrong, creating dead zones. That was the only logical explanation. I needed to get moving, to get away from this place. I'd mark the location, report everything in detail once I got back to a working radio, and let the proper authorities handle it. That was the smart thing to do, the safe thing. I shifted the plow back into gear, ready to continue down the route. But before I could press the accelerator, something made me look in the rearview mirror. A figure stood at the edge of the tree line behind me, barely visible in the red glow of my taillights. Tall, impossibly tall, and thin, so thin it looked skeletal, like something that hadn't eaten in months or years. It stood perfectly still, and even from this distance, even through the falling snow and poor visibility, I could tell it was watching me. I pressed the accelerator, and the plow lurched forward. I didn't look back again until I'd traveled nearly a mile, until the abandoned Subaru was far behind me. My hands gripped the wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. It was just past midnight now. Visibility had fallen to less than 50 feet. Snow piled up relentlessly, thickening into heavy drifts that required constant attention to clear. The cab was getting colder despite the heater running at full blast. I could see my breath now even inside, even with the heat on maximum. Condensation froze on the inside of the windows in intricate patterns. Every mile crawled by painfully slow. My headlights cut feebly through the swirling flakes, illuminating only glimpses of the empty road ahead, as if the world outside had shrunk down to nothing but this narrow tunnel of light and snow and darkness. I'd traveled maybe 3 more miles when the plow's engine suddenly sputtered. The sound was wrong. Not mechanical, but almost organic, like something choking. Then it jolted hard enough to throw me against the seatbelt, and then it died. Complete silence, total darkness. Every electrical system failed at once, headlights out, dash lights off, radio dead, heater silent. Even the emergency flashers went dark. It was as if someone had simply reached in and ripped the battery out. I sat in absolute blackness for a moment, stunned, my breath the only sound. I tried the ignition, twisting the key, then pressing the starter button repeatedly. Nothing, not even a click, not even the attempt to turn over. The engine was completely dead. "No," I said aloud, my voice strange in the sudden quiet. "No, no, no. Come on." I tried again and again. My breath plumed out into visible mist as the warmth rapidly drained from the cab. Already feeling the bite of the cold seeping inside, sharp and immediate, I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out cautiously. The wind had died down somewhat, but the cold was brutal, a physical force that attacked every exposed inch of skin. My flashlight beam cut through swirling powder as I circled to the front of the plow, my boots crunching in fresh snow. I popped the hood, the metal stiff and reluctant, and checked beneath. Battery terminals, secure and clean. Belts, intact, showing no signs of wear, no leaks visible in the oil or coolant. Wiring harness, undamaged. Fuses, all in place. I couldn't find a single visible cause for the sudden shutdown. The engine looked perfect, maintained, exactly as it should be. This should never have happened, not all at once, not without warning. These plows were built tough, maintained rigorously, designed to run in exactly these conditions. A total electrical failure like this was nearly impossible without catastrophic damage, unless someone had sabotaged it. But that was insane. Who would? I heard it clearly then, a sharp, sudden inhale of breath from somewhere down the slope to my right, among the trees. Not the wind, not an animal. This was the sound of lungs expanding, pulling in air through passages that rattled and wheezed. It was wet and strangled and wrong. The sound was followed immediately by the distinct crack of a large branch snapping under weight. My flashlight beam shook as I swept it toward the tree line. The light skittered nervously over snow-covered spruce, searching for movement, for shape, for anything that would explain the sound. Only darkness met my gaze. Darkness and snow, thick, endless, suffocating. But then something shifted, a shadow just beyond where my beam reached, darker than the surrounding darkness. Tall and thin, moving slowly between the trees with careful, deliberate steps. I backed toward the cab, not taking my eyes off the trees, my heart pounding so hard I felt dizzy. My hand fumbled for the door handle, found it, pulled it open. I threw myself inside and slammed it shut. hitting the lock button repeatedly, even though the electrical systems were dead. The lock clicked down manually. Thank God for mechanical backups. I sat there in the darkness, breathing hard, fogging up the windows with my panicked exhalations. My hand trembled as I reached under the seat, fingers finding the lockbox where I kept my personal sidearm. I fumbled with the combination 2-7-4-3 and pulled out my Ruger .357 revolver. The weight of it in my hand was comforting, solid, real, something that made sense in a world that had stopped making sense. I checked the cylinder out of habit, fully loaded, 6 rounds. I knew from experience that 6 rounds could change a lot of situations. I just hoped this was one of them. I stared out through the windshield, wiping away the condensation with my glove, trying to see into the storm. Nothing moved out there, nothing stirred, but the silence didn't feel empty. It felt intentional, deliberate. It felt like something was choosing not to make noise, choosing to be still, choosing to wait. The forest outside was quiet and frozen, almost expectant, as if holding its breath. Then the entire plow shifted suddenly, just a small tilt at first, as though something had stepped onto the bumper at the back. My stomach lurched. The truck rocked slightly, side to side, settling. A scraping sound echoed softly from the rear of the vehicle, long and rasping, like something hard and sharp being dragged across metal. It moved slowly, deliberately from the back toward the driver's side. The sound set my teeth on edge, made my skin crawl with primal revulsion. Then came footsteps, heavy, distinct thumps in the snow, not quite human rhythm, too slow, too measured. They moved along the passenger side of the truck, crunching in the snow, steady and purposeful. They stopped just beside my window. I gripped the revolver with both hands now, raising it slowly, aiming it at the door. My breath came in shallow, rapid pants that fogged the glass. Every muscle in my body was tense, coiled, ready to react, but I couldn't move otherwise, couldn't look away, couldn't even blink. Through the frost-covered window, a shape began to emerge. Tall, so tall it towered over the cab of the plow, thin beyond any natural thinness, as if all the flesh had been stripped away, leaving only the essential framework beneath. My flashlight sat on the dashboard where I'd dropped it, its beam pointing upward at an angle, providing just enough ambient light to see. The figure was humanoid in the way a crude drawing is humanoid. It had the right number of limbs in approximately the right places, but everything was wrong. The proportions were grotesque. Arms hung down past where knees should be, ending in hands with fingers too long, too many joints like spider legs folded in on themselves. The torso was gaunt, emaciated to the point of being skeletal. I could see every rib clearly defined beneath skin that looked gray and mottled, stretched tight like old leather. But it was the head that made my throat close up with terror. The skull was elongated, wider at the back than any human skull should be. The jaw protruded forward in a way that suggested teeth, though I couldn't see a mouth clearly. And rising from the crown of the head were antlers, massive, twisted branches of bone that reached up into the snowy darkness above. They weren't deer antlers, graceful and symmetrical. These were gnarled and wrong, growing in directions that defied natural development, covered in rough bark-like texture. But worst of all were the eye sockets, deep, hollow cavities that should have contained eyes but instead held only darkness. Empty voids that somehow still conveyed the sensation of sight, of attention, of focus. Those empty sockets turned toward the cab, toward me, and I knew with absolute certainty that it could see me, even through the frosted glass. We stared at each other for a long moment, or rather it stared at me, while I sat paralyzed with horror. My finger rested on the trigger of the revolver, but I couldn't make myself pull it. Some part of my brain, the part still clinging to rationality, knew that shooting through the window was a bad idea, that I might need those bullets, that breaking the window would remove the only barrier between me and whatever this thing was. Time seemed to stop. The wind died. Even the snow appeared to hang motionless in the air. There was only me and this thing, and the thin metal and glass separating us. Then slowly and deliberately it raised one of those impossibly long arms. The hand, if it could be called that, had fingers that looked more like talons or claws. Each one was tipped with something black and sharp, something that clicked softly as they moved. The creature extended one finger and tapped it against the glass. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was gentle, almost polite, a knock at the door. a request for entry, but there was nothing polite about the intention behind it. The tapping was slow, rhythmic, patient. It could wait. It had all night. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The revolver trembled uselessly in my grasp, aimed at the door but unable to fire. Every muscle in my body screamed at me to act, to shoot, to scream, to flee. But my survival instincts held me absolutely still. Don't move. Don't draw attention. Don't provoke it. The tapping stopped. The finger remained pressed against the glass for another moment, then slowly withdrew. The creature's head tilted slightly, those empty sockets still fixed on me. Then it tilted further, at an angle no living thing's neck should achieve, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. From the trees behind the plow, another sound shattered the silence. A second inhale, deeper, wetter, more guttural than the first. This one came from multiple directions at once, as if several throats were breathing in unison, as if several pairs of damaged lungs were pulling in the frozen air together. The figure outside my window turned its head sharply toward the sound, those antlers swinging through the air. It stood motionless for several seconds, seeming to listen or sense something beyond my perception. Then, without warning, without any visible signal or reason, it simply stepped away from the truck and disappeared into the swirling snow. One moment it was there, solid and terrifying. The next moment, gone, as if it had never existed at all. But I knew it was still out there. I could feel its presence, heavy and oppressive, like a weight pressing down on the air itself. And those other sounds, those breathing sounds from multiple directions, told me I wasn't alone with just one of these things. There were more, maybe many more. I stayed rigid in my seat, frozen by fear and cold in equal measure. The cab temperature continued to plummet. Ice formed on the inside of the windows now, creeping across the glass in crystalline patterns that blocked my view even further. My breath came out in thick clouds that froze almost immediately. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had lost all meaning. My watch read 4:19 a.m., but the numbers might as well have been in a foreign language for all the sense they made. I couldn't feel my fingers anymore. Even though they were still wrapped around the revolver's grip, my legs had gone numb from sitting in the same position. But I didn't dare move, didn't dare adjust my posture or try to warm myself. Because every few minutes I would hear them, the sounds of movement around the plow, footsteps in the snow, that wet, rasping breathing, the occasional scrape of something hard against metal. They were circling me, over and over, patient and relentless, waiting for something, waiting for me to break, to run, to become easy prey. So I sat perfectly still in the freezing darkness, listening to them circle, and prayed to God that I would see the sunrise. The cold became everything. It wasn't just uncomfortable anymore. It was painful, then agonizing, then strangely distant as my body began shutting down non-essential systems to protect the core. My fingers had gone from numb to a deep, throbbing ache. My toes felt like blocks of ice inside my boots. Even my face hurt, a constant burning sensation from the sub-zero air. I'd been in cold before. Afghanistan got cold in the mountains, particularly at night in the winter months. But this was different. This wasn't just weather. This was isolation, complete and total. No backup coming, no radio contact, just me in the darkness and those things outside. The sounds continued periodically, sometimes close, sometimes further away, but never truly absent. The footsteps would approach the truck, circle it once or twice, then retreat back into the trees. The breathing would start up, that horrible wet rattling, and then stop abruptly as if whatever was making it had suddenly remembered to be quiet. There were scratching sounds against the metal sides of the plow, long drawn-out scrapes that suggested claws or talons testing the strength of the barrier. Around 3 a.m., something tried the passenger door handle. I heard it clearly, the soft metallic click of the latch being tested. The handle moved down slowly, visible in my peripheral vision even though I kept my eyes fixed straight ahead. My finger tightened on the trigger, the revolver aimed at the passenger door now. The handle jiggled once, twice, 3 times, testing, exploring, trying to understand how this barrier worked. Then it stopped. No attempt to force it. No violent pulling or yanking. Just a cessation of movement, followed by silence. Whatever was out there had decided against forcing entry. For now, my mind raced with thoughts I didn't want to think. Where was Desiree Nakai? What had happened to her? Had she encountered these things first? bleeding and terrified, running through the snow with bare feet. Had they caught her? Was she? No, I couldn't think about that. Couldn't let my mind go down that path. I needed to focus on survival, on getting through this night. Nothing else mattered. The hours crawled by with excruciating slowness. Each minute felt like 10. Each time I glanced at my watch, only a few minutes had actually passed. The darkness pressed in from all sides, thick and oppressive. The silence between sounds was worse than the sounds themselves, because during the silence I could imagine anything. Could picture them gathering just outside, coordinating an attack, preparing to tear the doors off the truck and drag me out into the snow. Around 4:30, something heavy settled on the hood of the truck. I felt the front end dip slightly under the weight. Metal creaked in protest. Through the ice-covered windshield I could make out a large, dark shape. It was crouched on the hood, hunched over, and even through the frost I could tell it was looking directly at me. Those empty eye sockets boring through the glass, through the darkness, through my skull and into my brain. We stayed like that for what felt like an eternity. Me inside with my revolver, it outside with God knows what intentions. Neither of us moving, neither of us breaking the stillness. My heart hammered so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. Every breath felt like it might be my last. Then slowly, it raised one of those elongated hands and placed it flat against the windshield. The fingers spread wide, each one grotesquely long, tipped with black claws that scraped against the glass. It pressed down, and I heard the windshield crack, a tiny spiderweb of fractures spreading from beneath its palm. I almost fired then. My finger tightened on the trigger, ready to put 6 rounds through the glass and into whatever this thing was. But something stopped me. Maybe survival instinct, maybe something deeper. Firing might provoke it, might bring all of them at once, and then I'd be defenseless, out of ammunition, easy prey. So I waited, and after another small eternity, it lifted its hand. The cracks remained, a permanent mark of its presence. Then it slid off the hood with a heavy thump and was gone again, melting back into the storm. I realized I was crying, silent tears running down my frozen cheeks, adding to the ice on my face. I wasn't ashamed of it. Fear has its own logic, its own necessity. Sometimes the body just needs to process terror in whatever way it can. The sky began to lighten somewhere around 5:30. Not sunrise, not yet, but that pre-dawn grayness that means the night is finally losing its grip. The change was subtle at first, just a barely perceptible lessening of the absolute blackness. But gradually, slowly, the world outside began to take shape again. I could see the road now, buried under snow. Could see the trees lining both sides, their branches heavy with white. Could see the drifts that had built up around the plow during the long night. And as full daylight finally broke through the storm clouds, I saw something else. Footprints. They surrounded the truck completely. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all bare feet, all impossibly large, all pressed deep into the snow. They circled the plow in overlapping rings, spiraling patterns that spoke of endless, patient circling throughout the night. They approached the doors from every angle. They clustered near the windows. They led to and from the tree line in multiple directions. But worst of all, when I finally found the courage to look in the rearview mirror, I saw a message scratched into the metal of the rear panel. Deep gouges in the steel, clearly visible even from inside the cab. 3 simple marks, 3 long parallel scratches, claw marks, a warning, a promise, a claim of ownership. As full daylight spread across the frozen landscape, the oppressive feeling of being watched finally began to ease. Not disappear, never quite disappear, but lighten enough that I could think again, could plan, could consider options beyond simply surviving the next minute. The storm had moved on, leaving behind a world buried in white. The sun was weak and pale, barely warming anything, but it was light, blessed, wonderful light. And whatever those things were, they had retreated with the darkness. I needed to move. Sitting in the frozen cab any longer would mean death by exposure. I was already hypothermic. I recognized the signs from my military training. Confusion at the edges of my thoughts, extreme fatigue, a strange, distant feeling as if I was watching myself from outside my body. These were the warning signs that came before the final shutdown. With numb fingers, I managed to unlock the door and push it open. The cold air that rushed in felt paradoxically warmer than the inside of the cab. I half fell out onto the snow, legs buckling beneath me, no feeling in my feet. I caught myself on the truck's side panel, the metal burning cold even through my gloves. I circled the truck slowly, forcing blood back into my limbs, surveying the damage in daylight. The side mirrors were shattered, twisted outward, as if something had grabbed them and pulled with incredible strength. Long scratches scored the paint all along both sides of the truck. Claw marks running in parallel lines, too high up to be from any normal animal. The passenger door handle was bent at an angle, warped by something trying to force it. And the tracks. God, the tracks were everywhere. They led to the truck from every direction, circles within circles, evidence of the night's vigil. I followed one set toward the tree line, my revolver drawn despite my shaking hands. The prints led down into the forest, but not far, just to the edge of visibility. And there they stopped, as if whatever made them had simply ceased to exist. I turned back to the plow, stumbling through the deep snow. I needed to get to a radio, needed to call for help, needed to report everything. The CB radio inside the truck was dead, but there was an emergency beacon under the dashboard. Even with the electrical system down, it should have an independent power source. I climbed back into the cab and found it, flipping the activation switch. Nothing. The indicator light didn't come on. The beacon was as dead as everything else. "Okay," I said aloud, my voice hoarse and strange. "Okay, walk. Just walk." I knew there was a maintenance depot roughly 8 miles back the way I'd come. It was a long walk in these conditions, but possible. I'd survived worse. I could do this. I gathered what I could: the revolver, my flashlight, our emergency blanket from the kit behind the seat. Then I began walking, following my own plow tracks backward through the snow. Each step was difficult, requiring conscious effort. My legs felt like they belonged to someone else, but I kept moving, knowing that stopping meant death. The first mile was the hardest. My body wanted to shut down, to rest, to sleep. The cold wrapped around me like a seductive embrace, whispering that it would be so easy to just lie down in the snow just for a minute, just to rest. But I'd been trained to recognize these thoughts for what they were: the hypothermia talking, the body's final surrender. So I kept walking, one foot after another, counting my steps to give my mind something to focus on. 100 steps, 200, 500, 1,000. The sun climbed higher, but provided no warmth. The landscape was eerily silent. No birds, no wind, nothing but the crunch of my boots in the snow. I saw no other tire tracks, no sign that anyone else had been on this road since I'd plowed it the night before. The isolation was complete. Around mile 3, I heard something behind me. I stopped, turning slowly. The road behind me was empty, just my footprints leading back into the distance. But I definitely heard something, a soft crunching, as if someone else was walking through the snow. I stared at my tracks, watching for movement. Nothing, just white and gray and cold. I started walking again, faster now, and there it was again, footsteps matching my pace, somewhere behind me, but out of sight. I spun around, revolver raised, searching for the source, still nothing visible. But my own footprints in the snow told a different story. There were additional prints now, overlaying mine. Bare feet, larger than human feet, the toes splayed wide. They appeared behind me, as if something invisible was following, stepping exactly where I'd stepped. I watched, hardly breathing, and saw a new print appear in the snow as I stared. A foot coming down, compressing the powder, leaving its impression. And then another, and another, and another. It was following me, in broad daylight, invisible but undeniably present. I ran. Terror gave me strength I didn't know I still had. I crashed through the snow, no longer caring about conserving energy or watching for obstacles. I just ran, boots pounding, breath tearing from my lungs in ragged gasps. And behind me those footsteps matched my pace, sometimes one stride behind, sometimes two, never gaining but never falling back either. Miles passed in a blur of panic and exhaustion. My legs screamed in protest. My lungs burned with the cold air. But I didn't stop, couldn't stop, because stopping meant letting it catch me, and I'd seen enough to know that was not an option. Finally, impossibly, I saw headlights ahead, a vehicle coming toward me through the snow. Another ADOT plow, its orange lights flashing. I stumbled into the middle of the road, waving my arms, shouting though my voice was barely more than a croak. The plow stopped. A door opened. I collapsed to my knees on the icy pavement as another driver jumped out and ran toward me. I recognized him. Dean something, worked the southern routes usually. His face was creased with concern as he reached me, grabbing my shoulders to steady me. "Grant, what the hell happened? Where's your truck?" I tried to speak, to explain, but the words wouldn't come. My tongue felt thick and clumsy. All I could do was shake my head and point back the way I'd come. Dean looked past me, scanning the road, and his eyes widened. "Jesus. Grant, what happened to your face?" I didn't understand. He reached up and touched my cheek, and his glove came away red. Blood. I was bleeding, but from where? I couldn't feel any pain. Couldn't feel much of anything. "Get in the truck," Dean said urgently. "Come on, man, let's get you warm." He helped me to my feet and half carried me to his plow. The cab was blessedly warm, the heater running full blast. He wrapped an emergency blanket around my shoulders and pressed a thermos of hot coffee into my hands. I couldn't grip it properly, so he held it for me while I sipped, the liquid burning my frozen throat. "Your hands," he said, looking at them with alarm. "Grant, your hands are frostbitten. We need to get you to a hospital. What happened out there?" I looked down at my hands and saw he was right. My fingers were white and waxy, the skin looking strange and dead. Frostbite. Probably my toes too. The peripheral numbness I'd felt all night was serious damage. "My truck," I managed to croak out. "Something. There was something." "Easy, easy. We'll get your truck. Just tell me what mile marker." I shook my head, trying to form words that would make sense, that would warn him. But all that came out was, "Don't follow the footprints. That's not her out there. Not anymore." Dean looked at me with confusion and worry. "Who? What footprints?" But I couldn't explain. The warmth and safety of the cab, combined with the exhaustion and hypothermia, were pulling me down into darkness. My eyes grew heavy. Dean was talking on the radio, calling for an ambulance, giving coordinates. His voice seemed to come from very far away. Before I lost consciousness, I managed one more sentence. "Tell them to wait for daylight. Don't go out there at night." Then the darkness took me. I woke up in a hospital in Show Low, 2 days later. Frostbite had claimed 3 of my fingers on my right hand. They'd had to amputate at the first knuckle. My toes were saved, barely. The scratches on my face had required stitches. I'd somehow cut myself during the night, though I had no memory of how. The doctors said I was lucky. Another hour in that cold, and I'd have been dead. They attributed my survival to my military training, my physical fitness, my sheer determination to keep moving. None of them understood that luck had nothing to do with it. Those things in the forest could have killed me at any time. They'd chosen not to. The official report from ADOT and the Apache County Sheriff's Department was straightforward. I'd suffered a mechanical failure during the storm, experienced severe hypothermia, and hallucinated due to exposure and stress. The damage to the truck was attributed to ice and wind, the scratches to debris blown against the metal during the storm. The mysterious footprints around the vehicle were never mentioned in the report, though I'd told multiple investigators about them. Desiree Nakai was never found. Her car was recovered, towed away, cataloged as an abandoned vehicle. The blood on the seat was confirmed to be hers, AB negative, matching her medical records. But without a body, without witnesses, without any concrete evidence of foul play, the case remained open and unsolved. Just another missing person in a region where people occasionally vanished into the vast wilderness. The tribal police were more willing to listen than the county sheriff. An older officer, a man named Tom something, spoke with me privately. He didn't dismiss my story the way the others had. When I described what I'd seen, he nodded slowly, his face grave. "The winter spirits," he said quietly. "We have stories about them. Old stories that predate the reservation, predate even our people coming to these mountains. They don't usually come this close to the roads, to civilization. But when they do," he shrugged, "people disappear. Always in winter, always during storms. The bodies are never found." "What are they?" I asked. He shook his head. "Names have power. Speaking of them, especially during their season, can draw their attention. It's better not to know. Better not to think about them. Better to stay off those mountain roads at night when the storms come." I was medically retired from ADOT 6 months later. Technically, it was due to the frostbite injuries, the loss of fingers making it difficult to operate heavy machinery safely. But we both knew the real reason. I'd submitted my resignation before they could even start the medical review process. Nothing could compel me to return to Route 27-3. Nothing could make me drive those mountain roads again, especially not at night, especially not in winter. I found work in Phoenix, as far from the White Mountains as I could get while staying in Arizona. Office work, climate-controlled, surrounded by people and lights and noise, safe, urban, ordinary. Some nights I wake up in a cold sweat, certain I can hear that wet, rattling breathing outside my window. But when I look, there's nothing there, just the desert city, dry and hot and free of snow. I kept one thing from that night, a single reminder of what happened. Before they scrapped my truck, I went to the salvage yard where it had been towed. I took photographs of the scratches along the sides, of the bent door handle, of the cracked windshield. But mostly I took pictures of the rear panel, where those 3 claw marks had been gouged into the steel. Clear, unmistakable, undeniable proof that something had been there. The photographs are locked in a safe deposit box now. I don't look at them often, but I know they're there. Evidence of a truth that the official reports denied, that the investigators dismissed, that rational minds couldn't accept. I know what I saw, I know what stalked me through that endless night, and I know with absolute certainty that Desiree Nakai ran into those woods not because she was confused or injured or disoriented. She ran because something was chasing her, something that had already marked her as prey, something that had followed her to that lonely stretch of highway and waited for its moment. Sometimes I wonder if she suffered, if it was quick, if she's still out there somewhere in those vast forests, or if she was consumed entirely, leaving nothing behind but blood and footprints in the snow. I try not to think about it, try not to imagine her final moments, her terror, her pain. But every winter, when the first snowstorm warnings appear on the news, when the weather reports mention heavy accumulation in the White Mountains, I feel a deep, instinctive dread, because I know those things are still out there, still patient, still hunting, waiting in the darkness between the trees, following the bare footprints they compel their victims to make, marking their territory with claw marks in metal and flesh. And I know, though I've never returned to confirm it, that Route 273 still runs through those mountains, still gets snowed in during winter storms, still requires ADOT drivers to plow it clear, working long night shifts in isolation, trusting their equipment and their training to keep them safe. I hope they're more careful than I was. I hope they recognize warning signs I missed. I hope they understand that some roads, some nights, some storms are better left alone. But mostly, I pray that whatever walked around my truck that night, whatever tapped at my window with skeletal fingers, whatever left those footprints circling endlessly in the snow, I pray that it's satisfied with the prey it took, that Desiree Nakai was enough, that it won't hunger again for a long time. Because if I'm wrong, if it's still hunting, then somewhere out there tonight, another driver is pulling their plow along that dark highway. Another set of headlights is cutting through falling snow. Another person is about to discover that the worst monsters aren't the ones we imagine in stories. They're the ones that wait in the real darkness, patient and ancient and hungry, just beyond where the light reaches. And when they finally step into view, when you see them clearly for the first time, you understand that you were never really the rescuer in this story. You were always the prey. Grant Holloway lives in Phoenix, Arizona, where he works in logistics management. He has not returned to the White Mountains since April 2017. He requested that this account be published anonymously, but later agreed to use his real name, hoping that his experience might serve as a warning to others who work or travel in remote areas during winter storms. The case of Desiree Nakai remains unsolved. I was never much for camping. It wasn't that I disliked the outdoors. I just preferred a hot shower and a comfortable bed over the unpredictability of the wilderness. But after losing my job at the law firm, a job I held for over 10 years, I needed a break from the city, and more than anything, from my life. The layoffs had come suddenly. Budget cuts, they said. Restructuring. All those corporate euphemisms that really meant we don't need you anymore. 10 years of case files, client relationships, and late nights at the office, all reduced to a cardboard box and a severance package that wouldn't last nearly as long as I needed it to. My friend Martin was the one who suggested the camping trip. He'd watched me spiral for weeks, spending too much time at O'Malley's bar drowning my sorrows in whiskey neat, sending out resumes that disappeared into the void of online job portals. "You need to reset," he told me one night, sliding my fourth drink away from me. "Get out of your head for a while." Martin was one of those outdoorsy types, the kind who spent his weekends rock climbing and tracking animals through the wilderness while I was reviewing contracts and building PowerPoint presentations. When he offered to lend me his RV for a week-long trip to the Iwachita Mountains in Arkansas, I initially laughed it off. Me? Camping? But the more I thought about it, the more appealing it became. Maybe I did need to reset. Maybe the wilderness could offer what the city couldn't: perspective. The RV was fully stocked when I picked it up: food, water, basic supplies, even a collection of well-worn paperbacks that Martin thought I might enjoy. "You sure you don't want the rifle?" he asked as I was getting ready to leave, nodding toward the gun safe in his garage. I shook my head. The thought of handling a firearm made me nervous. And besides, what would I need it for? Bears? Wolves? I'd done my research. Attacks were rare, and I planned to stay in designated camping areas. "Just be careful out there," Martin said, his expression unusually serious. "The mountains have their own rules." I brushed off his concern with a laugh, but later I would remember those words and wish I'd paid more attention to the warning in his tone. The drive to Arkansas was long but peaceful. I watched as the urban sprawl gave way to rolling hills, then to the dense forests that characterized the Iwachita Range. The mountains weren't particularly high, but they were old, ancient ridges worn down by millions of years of wind and rain. There was something primordial about them, something that made me feel small and insignificant in a way that even the tallest skyscrapers never had. I found a secluded camping spot off one of the less traveled roads, far enough from the main tourist areas to ensure privacy, but not so remote that I couldn't get help if needed. The RV settled easily on the level ground, and I spent that first afternoon setting up camp, arranging the chairs, gathering firewood, familiarizing myself with the RV's systems. The first few days were exactly what I needed. I'd wake up with the sun, make coffee on the small propane stove, and spend my mornings hiking the nearby trails. The forest was dense with pine and oak, the ground carpeted with fallen leaves and moss. During the day, shafts of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that shifted with the breeze. I'd packed my laptop out of habit, but I never opened it. Instead, I read Martin's books, made notes in my journal, and for the first time in months, allowed myself to think about nothing at all. At night, I'd build a fire and sit outside, watching the flames dance while nursing a beer. The stars out here were incredible, no light pollution to dim their brilliance. Sometimes I'd hear animals moving in the underbrush or catch glimpses of deer at the edge of my campsite. It was peaceful, therapeutic even. I found myself thinking that maybe Martin had been right, maybe this was exactly what I needed. But there were other moments, usually in the deepest part of the night, when the forest felt less welcoming. Times when the darkness between the trees seemed to thicken, become almost tangible. Times when the normal sounds of the forest would stop abruptly, leaving behind a silence that felt expectant, like the pause before a thunderclap. I told myself it was just my city dweller's paranoia, my mind manufacturing threats where none existed. But on the fourth night, everything changed. The sound that woke me wasn't particularly loud, just a soft scraping against the metal exterior of the RV. Under normal circumstances, I might have dismissed it as a branch moved by the wind or a curious raccoon, but something about it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was too deliberate, too rhythmic to be random. I lay in the RV's small bed, barely breathing, straining my ears. The scratching continued, moving slowly along the vehicle's side. It would pause occasionally, as if whatever was making it was listening too, then resume with renewed intensity. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure the sound must be audible outside. The logical part of my brain tried to rationalize it. A bear, maybe, attracted by the lingering smell of my dinner. But bears were rare in this part of Arkansas, and besides, this didn't sound like any bear I'd ever heard described. The movements were too precise, too calculated. "Who's there?" I called out, hating how my voice shook. The scratching stopped immediately, replaced by a silence so complete it seemed to press against my eardrums. I waited, counting my heartbeats, but nothing happened. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I convinced myself it had been nothing, just my imagination playing tricks on me in an unfamiliar environment. I was wrong. The next morning, I found the evidence that it hadn't been my imagination at all. Near the tree line about 30 feet from the RV, the ground had been disturbed. At first glance, it looked like something had been digging, but as I got closer, I realized the pattern was all wrong. The soil wasn't scattered like it would be if an animal had been foraging. Instead, it was methodically turned over in long, parallel furrows, as if something had been searching. But it was the footprints that made my blood run cold. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen, and I'd spent enough time looking at Martin's wildlife guides over the past few days to know what bear or mountain lion tracks looked like. These were larger, deeper, with distinct claw marks that extended far beyond what any natural predator would leave. The shape was all wrong too, too elongated, too articulated, almost like a human hand, but grotesquely enlarged and distorted. I spent most of that day debating whether to pack up and leave. Part of me felt foolish for being scared of some tracks and strange noises. But another part, a more primitive part, that operated on instinct rather than logic, was screaming at me to get out while I could. In the end, pride won out over prudence. I'd paid for a week at the campsite, and I didn't want to go running back to the city because of what was probably just a wild animal. Instead, I spent the afternoon gathering extra firewood, building the largest fire I'd had since arriving. I kept Martin's hunting knife close, though its 6-inch blade suddenly seemed woefully inadequate. As the sun set, the forest changed. The friendly woods of daytime transformed into something older, something that remembered when humans were not the dominant species on Earth. The darkness between the trees seemed to pulse with its own life, and the shadows cast by my fire danced in ways that made me question my sanity. The scratching started again just after midnight. This time it was louder, more insistent. It moved around the RV methodically, testing different spots, like something looking for a way in. My hands were shaking as I gripped the knife, but I knew I couldn't just hide inside and hope whatever it was would go away. Taking a deep breath, I stepped outside. The fire had died down to glowing embers, casting just enough light to turn the surrounding forest into a maze of shifting shadows. The air was unusually still and carried a strange odor, something ancient and musty like opened graves in decay. "Who's out there?" I called again, trying to sound more confident than I felt. The scratching stopped, replaced by a sound that I still hear in my nightmares, a wet, guttural breathing that was somehow both animalistic and terrifyingly intelligent. Then I saw it. It emerged from the shadows like a nightmare given form, moving with an unnatural grace that defied its size. The creature was massive, easily 7 feet tall, even on all fours, its limbs too long and jointed in ways that shouldn't have been possible. Its body was covered in dark, matted fur that seemed to absorb what little light there was, but it was the face that haunted me most, a twisted amalgamation of wolf and something far older, with teeth that looked more like rows of broken glass than natural fangs. But it was the eyes that froze me in place. They were intelligent, aware in a way that no animal's eyes should be. They held malevolence, yes, but also something else, recognition. This thing knew what I was, and it had been watching me, studying me, perhaps since I'd first arrived. What happened next was a blur of terror and instinct. The creature lunged, moving faster than anything that size should be able to move. I managed to dodge, more by luck than skill, rolling across the ground as its massive form sailed past me. The knife in my hand seemed absurdly small, but it was all I had. When it came at me again, I struck out blindly. By some miracle, the blade found its mark, sinking deep into the creature's side. The howl it released shook the trees and resonated in my chest, a sound of pain and rage that couldn't have come from any earthly throat. Black fluid, thicker than blood, oozed from the wound, releasing a stench that made my eyes water. The creature staggered, its movements becoming less coordinated, but its eyes never left me. In desperation, I grabbed a burning log from the fire's remnants and swung it like a club. The flames caught its fur, and the creature recoiled with a sound that was almost a scream. It retreated into the darkness, leaving behind only the acrid smell of burned hair, and that black ichor that seemed to eat into the ground where it fell. I spent the rest of the night in the RV, doors locked, knife in hand, jumping at every sound. When dawn finally came, I didn't waste any time. I packed up camp in record time, leaving behind most of the supplies rather than spend an extra minute in that place. The drive back to civilization was a blur. I didn't stop until I reached the sheriff's office in the nearest town. I expected skepticism, maybe even ridicule, when I told my story. Instead, the sheriff listened with an expression that grew increasingly grave. He dispatched a team to investigate the site, but warned me not to expect much. Things have a way of disappearing in those mountains, he said. I never found out what, if anything, they found. The sheriff took my statement but offered no explanations, no theories. He just advised me to stay away from that part of the mountains, advice I had no trouble following. Martin didn't ask many questions when I returned his RV early. He just examined the deep scratches in the metal siding, marks that no bear or wolf could have made, and nodded slowly. The mountains have their own rules, he repeated, and this time I understood what he meant. I'm back in the city now, working at a new firm. Life has returned to normal, or something close to it, but sometimes, usually late at night when the city's noise dies down, I think about what's out there in those ancient mountains. I think about those intelligent eyes, that calculating malevolence, and I wonder, how many others have encountered it? How many weren't as lucky as I was? I still haven't gone camping since then, and I don't plan to. Some places are better left unexplored, some mysteries better left unsolved. But I keep the knife Martin insisted I keep it, cleaned and sharpened in my bedside drawer, just in case. Because sometimes when I'm walking home late at night, and the shadows between buildings seem a little too deep, a little too alive, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. And I wonder if that thing in the mountains was really trying to kill me, or if it was marking me, testing me, preparing me for something else, something worse. These days, I always look over my shoulder, always, and I suggest you do the same. I've always had this thing about solitude. It's not that I'm antisocial, at least not in the way people usually mean. I enjoy company, but only on my terms, and those terms usually involve silence. Maybe it comes from spending countless hours staring at lines of code, debugging security protocols, and hunting for vulnerabilities. In cybersecurity, you learn to appreciate the quiet moments. They're when you do your best thinking, when you can actually hear yourself parse through problems. That's why I started RV camping 3 years ago. It's the perfect balance of comfort and isolation. A few days out in the wild, away from the constant hum of servers and the endless ping of Slack notifications, does wonders for my sanity. My colleagues at the firm think I'm crazy. Why would anyone choose to be alone in the middle of nowhere, they ask. They don't understand that sometimes the nowhere is exactly where you need to be. This particular trip had been brewing in my mind for months. The project I'd been leading, a complete overhaul of a major healthcare provider's security infrastructure, had finally wrapped up. 80-hour weeks of paranoid system administrators, endless meetings about compliance regulations, and the constant pressure of knowing that one overlooked vulnerability could expose millions of patient records. By the time we deployed the final patch, I felt like my brain had been put through a blender. I needed more than just a weekend getaway. I needed to disappear for a while. That's how I ended up researching the Mark Twain National Forest in Missouri. Something about it caught my eye. Maybe it was the vast expanse of it, over 1.5 million acres of dense woodland. Or maybe it was the fact that it was just remote enough to ensure I wouldn't run into the typical weekend warriors with their matching North Face gear and Instagram-ready camping setups. I spent weeks planning the trip, the way I always do. It's a habit from work. You don't just jump into things without proper preparation. I studied topographical maps, read through camping forums, and checked weather patterns. I wanted somewhere near water but away from the popular spots. That's when I found it, a small unmarked campground near Greer Spring, one of the largest natural springs in the state. The spring itself was fascinating, pumping out an average of 222 million gallons of water per day, creating a crystal-clear stream that winds through ancient limestone bluffs. But what really attracted me was its location, tucked away in a less traveled section of the forest. The nearest town was over 30 miles away, and the closest thing to civilization was a small general store that looked like it hadn't updated its inventory since the Carter administration. Perfect. I prepped my RV with the same methodical attention I give to security audits. Fresh water tanks filled, generator tested, solar panels cleaned and checked. I always keep my rig in good shape, but for longer trips like this, I'm extra thorough. It's a 2019 Winnebago Vista, nothing too fancy, but reliable. More importantly, it's self-contained enough that I can go off-grid for days at a time. The drive from Chicago took longer than Google Maps suggested. It always does. I left early on a Tuesday morning, hoping to avoid the worst of the traffic. The city fell away gradually, steel and glass giving way to farmland, then to rolling hills, and finally to the dense forests of southern Missouri. The further south I drove, the more I felt the tension in my shoulders begin to ease. By late afternoon, I was navigating the narrow Forest Service road that led to my chosen campsite. The RV's tires crunched over gravel and fallen leaves as I carefully maneuvered between the trees. The road wasn't really meant for vehicles this size, but I'd dealt with worse. The branches of old oak trees scraped against the roof, creating a sound like fingernails on metal that set my teeth on edge. The campsite itself was everything I'd hoped for. A small clearing, maybe 50 feet across, bordered by thick woods on 3 sides, and a gentle slope leading down to a creek on the 4th. The ground was relatively level, important for an RV this size, and there was enough open space above for my solar panels to get decent exposure. Most importantly, there wasn't another soul in sight. I parked the RV facing east, the way I always do when camping alone. It's a habit I picked up from an old-timer at a campground in Wyoming. Always know where the sun's coming from, he'd told me. Helps you keep your bearings. I went through my usual setup routine, leveling jacks deployed, power systems checked, perimeter secured. Some might call it paranoid, but in my line of work, you learn that thoroughness is next to godliness. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, nothing I could put my finger on, just a nagging sensation at the base of my skull. The forest was quiet, but not unnaturally so. Birds called from the canopy above, and I could hear the steady murmur of the creek. Everything was exactly as it should be. So why did I feel like I was being watched? I woke early the next morning, just as the first hints of dawn were starting to filter through the trees. The inside of the RV was cold. I'd let the heater run low overnight to conserve propane, and my breath made little clouds in the air. For a moment, I just lay there, listening to the forest wake up. There's something special about that time of day, when the night creatures are settling down and the day creatures haven't quite started their chorus. After a quick breakfast of instant coffee and granola, I never claimed to be a camping gourmet. I decided to explore the area around the campsite. I pulled on my hiking boots, grabbed my day pack, and clipped my GPS unit to my belt. Another habit from work: always have a backup plan. The unit wasn't much use for navigation under the dense canopy, but it would at least help me find my way back to the RV if I got turned around. The morning was crisp, with just enough bite in the air to make hiking comfortable. The trail, if you could call it that, was little more than a game path, winding between ancient oaks and hickories. Their trunks were massive, easily 4 or 5 feet across, with bark deeply furrowed by centuries of growth. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves, making each step a whisper of decomposing vegetation. I headed toward Greer Spring first, following the sound of running water. The path descended gradually, the trees thinning out as I approached the spring branch. The water was incredibly clear, running over rocks worn smooth by centuries of flow. I sat on a fallen log and pulled out my copy of The Old Man and the Sea. Something about Hemingway's sparse prose seemed fitting for the solitude. Time slipped away as I read, the sun climbing higher in the sky. It wasn't until my stomach started growling that I realized it was well past noon. I packed up my book and started the hike back to camp, taking my time, trying to really notice things. That's when I saw the first strange sign. About a quarter-mile from my campsite, I came across an area where the undergrowth had been crushed flat, not in the way deer or other wildlife might bed down. This was different. The damage formed a rough circle, maybe 15 feet across, with all the vegetation pressed down toward the center. More disturbing were the marks on some of the surrounding trees. Long vertical gouges in the bark, too high up to have been made by any animal I knew of. I studied the marks carefully, trying to make sense of them. They weren't fresh. The exposed wood had started to weather, but they weren't old either. Maybe a few weeks at most. The rational part of my brain started listing possibilities. Bears marking territory, teenagers messing around, natural weathering. But something about the scene made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I took a few photos with my phone, more out of habit than any real purpose, and continued back to camp. The rest of the afternoon passed uneventfully. I gathered firewood, cleaned up around the RV, and tried to shake the unease that had settled over me since finding those marks. As the day wore on, I noticed something else odd. The wildlife seemed to be avoiding my campsite. Not in an obvious way. There were still birds in the trees and the occasional rustle in the undergrowth, but nothing came close. Usually by this time I'd have seen deer coming down to the creek, maybe even a few bold squirrels checking out the campsite for food, but there was nothing. The story continues through several more sections, building tension through Lincoln's increasingly disturbing discoveries and encounters. Each section adds new details about the creature while maintaining plausibility and psychological horror. The final version should take about 2 hours to read. The sun set early, as it often does in the forest. The trees seemed to grab at the light, pulling it down into their depths until only a diffuse glow remained. I had my fire going well before dark, more for comfort than warmth. There's something primal about having a fire when you're alone in the woods. It creates a circle of safety, however illusory that might be. I was frying sausages in my cast iron skillet, letting my mind wander through the events of the day when I first heard it. A rustling in the underbrush, just beyond the firelight's reach. Not the quick darting movement of small wildlife. This was different, heavier, deliberate, like something large moving with careful precision. The skillet nearly slipped from my hand as I turned toward the sound, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The trees at the edge of my camp seemed to absorb the light, creating deeper shadows rather than dispelling them. I stood perfectly still, listening. In my line of work, you learn to trust your instincts. When a piece of code looks wrong, even if you can't immediately spot the vulnerability, you dig deeper. Right now, every instinct was screaming that something was very wrong. The silence was absolute. No crickets, no owls. Even the creek seemed to have hushed its constant burble. In that silence, I heard it again, a slow dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the forest floor. It was methodical, almost mechanical in its rhythm. Drag, pause, drag. I reached slowly for my phone, keeping my eyes fixed on the tree line. No signal, of course. I'd known that when I chose this spot, had even welcomed the disconnection. Funny how quickly that could change. The sound was moving, I realized. Not directly toward me, but in a wide arc around the campsite. Whatever it was circling, studying, hunting. The thought sent ice through my veins. That's when I saw the first clear sign that this wasn't some curious bear or territorial wolf. In the beam of my flashlight, something metallic glinted from behind a large oak tree. Just for a moment, but unmistakable. Not the dull reflection you might get from an animal's eyes, but something sharp and artificial. The dragging sound stopped. In the silence that followed, I heard something else, a low mechanical whir, like cooling fans in a server room, but deeper, more guttural. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I backed toward my RV, moving as quietly as possible. The fire popped loudly, making me jump. In that moment of distraction, I heard it move fast, much faster than before. Branches cracked as something large rushed through the underbrush. I ran. The RV door had never seemed so far away. I covered the distance in what felt like slow motion, fumbling with the handle before practically falling inside. As I slammed the door shut, something hit the side of the vehicle with enough force to rock it on its stabilizing jacks. I scrambled to the front, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. Through the windshield, I saw it. The thing stood at the edge of the firelight, and my mind struggled to process what I was seeing. It was tall, impossibly tall, its proportions all wrong for any natural creature. It moved on 4 limbs, but they were jointed in ways that defied biological logic. Its surface seemed to shift between organic and mechanical, like some twisted merger of flesh and machine. But it was the head that caused my breath to catch in my throat. It wasn't a head at all, but rather a cluster of sensors or cameras, arranged in a rough approximation of a face. They moved independently, focusing and refocusing, each one tracking something different. The thing tilted its head, if you could call it that, and made that sound again, the deep mechanical growl that seemed to vibrate through my bones. Then it moved, flowing like liquid metal despite its size, circling the RV with predatory grace. I heard it investigating the vehicle, testing different spots with what sounded like probing appendages. Each touch sent vibrations through the frame. I found myself holding my breath, trying to track its movements by sound alone. The night became a blur of terror. Hours spent listening to that thing circle and test the RV, occasionally hitting it hard enough to make the whole vehicle shake. I kept thinking about those marks I'd seen on the trees, wondering what kind of force it would take to leave gouges that deep in solid oak. At some point, I must have passed out from sheer exhaustion. When I opened my eyes, pale morning light was filtering through the windows. The campsite was quiet, normal forest sounds having returned. I waited another hour before working up the courage to look outside. The damage was immediately visible. Deep scratches ran along both sides of the RV, the metal torn in places like tissue paper. The ground around the campsite was churned up, with those same distinctive drag marks I'd seen before leading off into the forest. But what really caught my attention was a small object lying in the fire pit. I approached it cautiously, my whole body tense. Among the ashes lay what looked like a piece of technology, a small complex mechanism that seemed both ancient and advanced at the same time. It was partially melted, but I could make out what looked like circuit patterns etched into its surface in a way I'd never seen before. I left it there. Some mysteries, I've learned, are better left unsolved. I packed up and left within 20 minutes, driving well over the speed limit until I hit the main highway. I didn't stop until I reached that Walmart parking lot, surrounded by the comforting sounds of civilization. I've thought a lot about what I encountered that night. In my work, I deal with artificial intelligence and machine learning systems every day. I've seen how quickly technology evolves, how systems can develop in unexpected ways. But what I saw in those woods, it was something else entirely. Something that shouldn't exist. Not yet, anyway. I still go RV camping. The solitude still calls to me. But I stay away from Missouri now, and I've added a few extra security features to my rig. Reinforced doors, better locks, a satellite phone. Sometimes, late at night, I'll wake up thinking I hear that mechanical growl, that dragging sound. When that happens, I pull up my laptop and lose myself in lines of code. It's comforting, somehow, predictable, logical. But I keep wondering about that thing I saw. Was it some escaped military experiment? A piece of technology evolved far beyond its original purpose? Or something else entirely, something we don't have words for yet? I don't know, but I do know this. Sometimes solitude isn't about being alone. Sometimes it's about being alone with something else. Something watching, waiting, learning. And sometimes the code you can't see is the code you should fear the most.